Crooked Cowboy by Braylee B. Parkinson. Prologue. Angelique, what happened here? Jayda Sims asked, holding up a copy of the latest edition of the newspaper. It's a story we've uncovered, Angelique answered, flipping her thin blonde hair, shrugging her shoulders and turning away from Jayda's gaze. Uncovered? First, you know I wasn't sitting on the story. I was trying to make sure everyone was safe before I went to the cops. Why did you write this? The rest of the newsroom was silent. Everyone stared at Jayda as she moved toward Angelique. It was a story. I'm not playing around, Angelique. Tell me the truth. What is going on here? Why did you throw me under the bus? Angelique stood and grabbed the paper out of Jayda's hand. You sat on a story you knew would get eyes on our paper. The paper is dying. Look around. Layoffs are coming. Do you not see that? It's literally dying before our eyes, and you had a chance to save it. But instead of doing that, you didn't break the story. You went to the police and did it covertly. We needed that story. I feared for the women involved. They'd been working at that factory for a long time, and I needed to do my best to ensure their safety. The police understood the case and took over once I alerted them. It was the right thing to do. You're not just talking about a story. These are lives you're playing with, Jayda said, snatching the newspaper back from Angelique. Well, none of their names appear in the article. Neither does the location of the factory, so everyone should be safe. Except for me. Jayda pulled out her cell phone and scrolled through text messages until she reached the one that said, "Your days are numbered. Shoulda never got in our business at da factory." What is that? Angelique asked in a quiet voice. I'm getting threats. What were you thinking? Why would you do this to me? Angelique had been the editor of the paper for 20 years. It made little sense for her to have a vendetta against Jayda. What is it, Angelique? What did I do to you? It has nothing to do with you. It has to do with this paper that I've worked to keep alive for decades. I love this paper, and I'm not going to let some reporter on a moral high horse neglect to save it when she has all the power to do so. The dull hum of voices echoed in the hallway. Jayda rushed over to a window and looked outside. Crowds of reporters with cameras and microphones were milling around the back door of the building. No way, Jayda thought as she rushed to the front of the office. Another crowd was waiting. They had both doors covered. A few reporters had showed up when the story about human trafficking at the meatpacking factory broke, but Angelique had put her own name on the story. She made herself out to be a hero, and after doing a few interviews, the reporters left and things were quiet again. But on this morning, the headline was different. Now every reporter in town thought that Jayda had hidden the story. Was Jayda Sims, our own reporter, involved in human trafficking? What did she know, and when did she know it? You might want to take a little time off, Angelique said. A slight smile curling around the edges of her lips. Jayda's boss, Colton Miller, slid out of his office, his rolling chair almost toppling over, and said, Yeah, you should knock off for the day. We'll call you, okay? Jayda knew nothing she said would get through to Angelique or Colton. She headed back to her cubicle, grabbed a Chicago Bulls cap out of her desk drawer, pulled her shoulder-length hair into a ponytail and shoved the cap onto her head. She knew the hat wasn't much of a disguise, but it gave her a hint of cover. Holding her purse tight to her chest, Jayda headed for the back door. The swarm of reporters with snapping cameras and loud voices thundered in her ears. Jayda kept her head down and made a beeline for her car. What did you know, and when did you know it? One reporter asked. Another one shouted, Jayda, why didn't you help those women? Inquiries came at her from all sides. The crowd began forming a circle around Jayda. Her heart raced as she scanned the area for an escape. Fumbling with her keys, Jayda struggled to get through the mass of people. Did you do it for fame? Were you just trying to increase newspaper subscriptions? Jayda, do you think your actions were selfish? Jayda turned and stared into the face of a major competitor. Her fear turned to anger. Ready to defend herself, she felt the words rise in her throat. Instead of speaking, Jayda rustled her key into the car door, opened the lock and slid inside. She quickly hit the automatic locks and started the car, and tapped the gas a few times to let them know she was preparing to take off. The demands of the reporters intensified, with a few knocking on the car windows. As exhaust spewed, the crowd backed away. After waiting for the sea of people to part, Jayda drove away as quickly as she could. This was not fair. How could Colton allow this to happen to her? She'd worked so hard for the struggling newspaper, completing more than her share of work and bringing attention to issues that other reporters ignored. But now she was the paper's scapegoat. Harley Leader watched in awe as the prison doors opened. He'd been dreaming of this moment since first entering the dark, damp halls of the state prison. He stole one last glance at the prison before taking the first steps of freedom. As a 19-year-old kid, he'd spent the first few nights sobbing silently into his pillow. The years had dragged on for what seemed like forever, but now, at 25, he was exiting the gate. His father, Rich, was parked outside in the same old white Chevy he'd been driving for over 2 decades, but the truck was one of the few things that hadn't changed. His father pulled out a large cell phone the moment Harley climbed into the truck. "We need a picture to celebrate this moment," Rich said, snapping a photo of Harley before he climbed into the truck. "You have a fancy phone?" "Yeah. I've given in to technology." "Do you have the internet at home now too?" "You betcha. It helps me find work all around the valley. Got myself set up on one of those websites where people can hire contractors." Harley was pleased, but shocked that his father, a man who had refused to have the internet, a television or anything other than an old antiquated flip phone 5 years before, seemed to now be well versed in the digital world. "That's great. So business is good?" "It's okay. Not enough, but you know that's always been the case. I'm hanging in there. My new gadgets have helped me get by. I've actually been able to get some long-term contracts. Speaking of long-term, I met a lady. I remodeled her kitchen last year, and we've been kind of seeing one another." Harley was shocked. His father had not dated anyone in the years since Harley's mother had died. Now it felt like everything was different. A lady? Seeing? Like going out with her. His father's cheeks turned red. "Yeah. That's what we're up to. She's wonderful. I want you to meet her." "Is she living at the house?" "Oh no, son. If we get to that point, we'll get married and merge our lives together. It's been a long time since I've had a woman in my life. Taking my time with things, but we're having fun. Can't wait for you to meet her." Harley's heart was beating fast. Things had changed so much in his absence. He felt like he might not know his dad as well as he'd thought he did before going to prison. What about all the things his dad had talked about them doing together once he was out? Hunting, fishing, and working on projects around the house together? Would any of that happen if his father had a? Harley couldn't even bring himself to think of his dad having a girlfriend, but it sounded like that was the case. "So you've got a fancy phone, new girlfriend, and business is going well. Who are you?" Harley said, letting out a little chuckle. "I've got a new attitude," his father said in a sing-song, mimicking an old Patti LaBelle song. "Nothing has ever been truer. What about friendly? Anything new there?" "Friendly is friendly. Small, sleepy, and at this point losing a lot of the old-timers. We're down to 1,500 people. I think it was at about 3,000 when you left. 1,500 is nothing. I guess the place is dying." "Well, we've had a few young folks come back to town recently, and some politicians are trying to build new mini-mansions to attract people from the city. We're hoping the Ritterneys will stick around and fill up the place with kids. Friendly's a good town. Can't wait until you bring home some sweet girl, move a few miles away, and start filling up your place with my grandkids." Harley couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't the quiet, sullen man who'd raised him. "How about jobs? You think I can get anything around town?" Sure. Why wouldn't you be able to find something? Rich asked, steering the truck onto a dirt road. Well, I just left prison. Son, you've got a second chance. Don't look back. Just move forward and the world will follow. The pair stopped for lunch at Harley's favorite roadside cafe and drove back to Friendly that afternoon. While he was happy to be home, Harley couldn't help but feel like the world had passed him by. At 25, he wasn't sure what was next, or if he'd be able to assimilate back into a town that had never truly accepted him. But with no money, he didn't have anywhere else to go. Harley hoped that Friendly would live up to its name. 1. Jayda decided that she was going to teach her boss a lesson. He'd no longer have her to kick around. Yes, she needed a job, but it was probably a foregone conclusion that she'd be fired for the story Angelique wrote. While she sat in traffic on the interstate, Jayda thought about the conversation she'd had with an attorney, Stephen Carter, she knew. Could she be charged with something? It was unlikely, wasn't it? She hadn't done anything, but the lawyer, who she'd interviewed for stories in the past, had called her as soon as he'd read the article in the morning news and offered to represent her if she needed legal assistance. He told her it was unlikely, but because there were all types of accusations that she'd broken the law, things could get hairy. If you didn't do the things they're talking about in the article, no worries. If you did, well, make an appointment and we can talk more, the lawyer told her. None of it is true. It's just hype, she muttered to herself as she sat in traffic, her car standing still. The car behind her honked their horn. Jayda gripped the steering wheel and inched forward, trying to focus on driving. There was an accident on the opposite side of the highway, and gawkers had caused a traffic jam. Gridlock prevented her from getting over into the right-hand lane, forcing her to miss her exit. Can this day get any worse? She said, shaking her head as she crept along until the next exit came up. Once she was off the freeway, Jayda took the surface streets to her condo. Turning onto her block, she saw a crowd with microphones and cameras. Her eyes filled with tears, blurring her vision. She couldn't even go home and process what had happened. Jayda drove past her condo and headed back towards downtown. She pulled to the side of the road, used her phone to book a hotel room, and got back on the freeway. 45 minutes later, she pulled into the empty lot of a hotel near a cornfield. By this time she'd slipped on a pair of large, dark sunglasses and swapped the baseball cap for a sun hat she usually wore at the beach. Jayda headed into the front office, completed the paperwork and the check-in procedures in a hurry, and headed to her room. After locking the door, she plopped down on the bed and called her old friend Stacy. Girl, I've already heard about what's going on. I wanted to call you, but I didn't know if you wanted to talk about it, Stacy said. She'd answered on the first ring. Jayda sighed. To be honest, I don't even know where to start. Your mom told my mom you haven't been answering the phone. For the record, your parents are very worried. I know. I had my phone on silent. I've been driving for the last hour or so. Not quite ready to talk with them. Are you okay? Stacy asked. No. I just gave 15 years of my life to a newspaper that printed a story that made me look like a crook. People I've trusted and worked alongside for well over a decade have betrayed me and my career is over. Scratch that. My life and the career that I live and breathe for are over. You can always start over. Tell me what happened. It's pretty complicated, but here's the gist. I came across a lady who told me she wasn't being paid at all at her job. At first I thought she was exaggerating. Like maybe she just wanted a raise and they wouldn't give it to her. Well, no. Turns out, she was not being paid at all because she'd been trafficked. I didn't think that should go in the paper because it could jeopardize people's lives, so I went to the police instead. The head editor was mad, and she wrote a hit piece on me. Now people think I'm a trafficker. I swear I didn't do anything wrong. I don't need convincing on that point. I know how much you care for people. Where are you? At a hotel outside of Peoria. I tried to go home, but there are reporters everywhere. I don't know if I can stay here, Jayda said, tears running down her cheeks. You need to get out of there. I know this is going to sound crazy, but why don't you come out here? What? To the country? Wouldn't you like to be in the middle of nowhere, right about now? Stacy asked. It was true. Getting away from the city was ideal. It would only be a matter of time before she was spotted. Let me talk to my lawyer. Lawyer? Jayda, are you facing some type of legal trouble over this? No. I mean, probably not. Actually, I don't know, but I talked to a lawyer just in case. The news is lying about things, so I wanted to make sure I consulted legal counsel. Can you leave the state? Of course. Great. I've got a place for you, Stacy said. Her voice was warm and soft. It soothed Jayda's troubled ears. On the ranch with you and Tyler? No. You remember that little cabin? Near where we got married? Yeah, but that's a little too country for me, Stace. Could be nice to take some time away from the big city. Also, I just opened it up as a rental property, so I added a few amenities. Solar panels for electricity, and we've added a composting toilet in the back of the cabin, so no more trekking to the outhouse. We'll bring water up to you every couple of days. What the heck is a composting toilet? I'm not telling. Come on out and I'll show you. Just trust me on this. Living here has shown me a whole different life. Take a break from those bright lights in the big city. Jayda didn't like the sound of the composting toilet, but what did she have to lose? Worst case scenario, she would just head to town and book a hotel. The cabin was small, but she remembered thinking it was cozy when she'd gone out for Stacy and Tyler's wedding. Besides, now that things had gotten out of control at the newspaper, it might be time for a change. After nearly 20 years in the business, covering countless big stories, and bringing pressing issues to the forefront, Jayda was still treated like a cub reporter. You know what? Heading to the mountains might not be a bad idea. Can I call you back after I get in touch with the lawyer? Sure thing. It's an open invitation, Stacy said. Getting out of town sounded like exactly what she needed. Jayda hung up with Stacy and punched in her lawyer's number. His assistant answered and transferred the call. I just need to know if I can go out of town. There aren't any charges, but I wanted to make sure I was okay to travel, Jayda said. There's no reason not to go. This was blown out of proportion, and from what I can see, there aren't any realistic charges they can bring against you. Just let me know where you're going when you get there and I'll keep you posted, Stephen replied. Those words had been music to Jayda's ears. Do I need to tell the police? Nope. If anything happens, I'll handle that. Feeling relieved, Jayda got off the phone with Stephen and immediately called Stacy back. Girl, I will be on my way first thing in the morning. Thank you so much. I need to get out of here, Jayda said. Anytime. The cabin is ready, and if you don't feel comfortable there, you can always stay with us. The next morning, Jayda headed west. She stopped in Iowa and purchased a few outfits and toiletries. Mostly sweats and t-shirts, but she picked up a few sundresses too. After the shopping trip, she grabbed a burger and hit I-80 again. Jayda drove through the day and into the night, before stopping at a rest area and sleeping a few hours. That evening, Harley climbed into his old twin-size bed. Initially, the anxiety that had made it hard to sleep during his 6-year stint in prison set in, but after reminding himself that he was at home, in his own bed, Harley's eyes flickered close. The next morning, he was surprised to find his father in the kitchen with an apron hanging around his waist, moving back and forth between the stove and the counter. Good morning. I've got coffee going, and a little oatmeal with diced apples, cinnamon and a bit of honey. I'm also going to cook up a few slices of bacon. Thanks, Dad. By the way, I really like what you've done to this place. Rich had remodeled the tiny house they'd shared before Harley was arrested, adding on a large shop in the back of the property, which provided a place to store work equipment. The living room was painted a soft blue tone, and the kitchen was a pale yellow that gave it a warm feel. The night before, Rich had given Harley a tour of the property, smiling from ear to ear. The little lady helped me plan the remodel. Looks great, Harley said. Plates still up there? He asked, pointing at the cabinet above the coffee maker. Yep. They're still up there. Harley pulled out plates and silverware, and began setting the table. Rich finished up cooking breakfast and served up the meal. The two sat down, smiling awkwardly at each other before digging into breakfast. The two men interjected a word here and there, but Harley felt like his dad was a stranger. Who was this cheerful man that wore aprons and cooked breakfast? Feeling a bit out of place, Harley ate fast and pushed the chair back from the table. Hey son. I want you to meet Nellie. She's been counting down the days with me until your release, and she wants to be a part of the celebration. I just got out of jail, Dad. Not Harvard. Nellie says that a homecoming is a homecoming, and I agree. We're glad to have you back. Harley felt uncomfortable. He hadn't heard anything about Nellie until he got into the truck the day before, but it sounded like she was well versed on his life. Did she know what he'd been locked up for? If so, what did she think about it? I just got back into town. Wouldn't mind taking things a little slow if that's okay, Harley said. Oh yeah, son. That's totally fine. I'll tell Nellie she'll have to wait a little while before she meets you. It won't be long. I just want to get my feet on the ground. No problem. Thanks again for breakfast. Do you mind if I take the truck for a bit? Go for it, son, his father said, digging his keys out of his back pocket and tossing them to Harley. Thanks. Actually, before I leave, I need to make a call. Harley instinctively looked at the wall next to the refrigerator. An outline of the old phone base was still there, but the landline had been removed. The only phone in the house was his father's cell. Use my phone, Rich said, pointing at the smartphone charging on the counter. Harley thought about the old flip phone he'd had before going to prison. Looked like that was totally out of date now. Grab the phone, kiddo. It's easy to use. Bring it over and I show you. Harley nodded, took the phone off the charge and handed it to his father. After a quick tutoring session, Harley took the phone and headed into the living room. 2. Bert Bennington was sitting at the kitchen table enjoying a hot cup of coffee when the phone rang. He answered quickly so that the ringing wouldn't disturb his wife, who was sleeping in. It was a bright and warm Sunday morning, similar to the one when Bert had become more acquainted with the young man on the other end of the phone. Mr. Bennington? The voice was vaguely familiar, but Bert couldn't quite place it. Then an image formed in his mind. A young man tall and thin, with dark hair and serious eyes. Harley Leader. Is that you? Yes, sir. You told me to call when I got out, so I'm calling. It's good to hear from you, Bert said, anxiety rising in his belly. Well, I'm home now. Does the offer still stand? Harley asked. Of course it does, son. How are you settling in? Bert asked, changing the subject. I just got in yesterday, sir. So far, things are okay. Dad has really changed. I guess that's to be expected since I was gone so long. Yeah, your dad has come out of his shell. He even headed out to the VFW hall with me a few months back. Really? Yep. We're kind of pals now. Great guy, your dad. You too, son. We'll get you all set up and it'll be like you never left, Bert said, holding his voice steady. Hoping that the doubt he felt about Harley assimilating back into friendly was unwarranted. I really appreciate that, Mr. Bennington. Call me Bert, son. Hey, listen, let me reach out to Tyler and I'll get back to you. Bert Bennington ended the call and sighed. He was pretty sure his son would be willing to have Harley help on his property, but he'd promised the kid a job without ever getting the go-ahead from Tyler. In his defense, Bert had been worn and tired the last time he'd encountered Harley. The two had crossed paths after a long week of calving and getting steers ready for the market. Bert had never been one to take it easy, and on that sunny Sunday morning almost a year ago, he walked into the state prison with a local priest, rabbi, and an imam to run an interfaith service. Bert was filling in for his pastor, who had fallen ill the night before. He'd volunteered several times before, and enjoyed working with the young men who were serving time. Many were building up to their second chance in life. Bert was happy to play a part in them growing into new men. Harley Leader, a young man from Friendly, who'd been sentenced to 6 years in prison after being involved in a drunk driving accident, had smiled and headed in Bert's direction after the service was over. The two talked about Harley's newly gained skills he'd picked up in prison. "I've learned how to weld and work on farm equipment. Working on picking up more skills before I'm released. When you get out of here, come and see me. I'll help you get back on your feet," Bert said. "Thanks. I plan on coming back to Friendly and making things right. I know I made some mistakes, but there's more to the story than people think." Over the next few months, Bert had visited Harley several times. The last time he told him, "Well, my son Tyler just moved back and got married. He and his wife are getting their place up and going. I know he could use you there. I'll talk to him about bringing you on board." Harley's eyes had lit up and a smile spread across his face. Bert had only meant to give the boy hope, but now he realized that he may have overpromised. What if Tyler didn't want an ex-con working on his land? What if Stacy was uncomfortable with the situation? Feeling guilty, Bert made a note to call Tyler before the day was over. Harley headed out in his father's truck, pulling down their long drive and turning onto the dirt road that led toward Main Street. The town had changed some, but it was still the sleepy little place he remembered. Since it was Sunday, very few things were open, but most of the old shops and restaurants Harley remembered were still standing. Trying his best to have nostalgic feelings for Friendly, he told himself that things would be fine, and people would welcome him back with open arms. Although that probably wasn't true, Harley knew Ben would be happy to see him. Ben, the owner of the only grocery store in or around Friendly, had been a mentor for Harley. He'd hired a good chunk of the kids around town to work in his store at one point or another, and Ben had tried to steer Harley onto the straight and narrow. During high school, Harley had fallen in with a troubled crowd. His father was working tirelessly to keep a roof over their heads, and in his absence, Harley had given in to dark desires. Most people in town had developed unfavorable views of Harley, but Ben had never given up on him. Harley drove through the empty streets and pulled into the parking lot at Ben's store a few minutes later. The place was virtually empty, with only a few cars dotting the spaces in front of the building. Excited that there weren't many people there, Harley parked and headed inside. He felt a set of judgmental eyes fall on him as soon as he entered the grocery store. A woman with 2 small children pulled her kids close and stared at him. Another lady clutched her purse, but the tall, middle-aged man standing near the checkout shook his head and smiled before coming over and giving him a handshake. "It's been a long time, Harley. How are you doing?" Ben asked. "Better. Finally out. It's good to see you. When did you get home?" "Yesterday. Not sure how I feel about being back. Give it time. I'm happy to see you. Hey, you remember Tyler Bennington, Bert's boy?" Ben pointed over to an aisle that contained canned goods. "Yeah. Tyler was stocking peas in the first aisle." Ben put his hand on Harley's back and gently led him over to Tyler. "Tyler, you remember Harley?" Tyler looked up. "Of course. Hey man. It's good to see you." Harley and Tyler shook hands and made small talk. In between their chatter, Ben interrupted and said, "Tyler just moved into Ethel's old place and he's looking for someone to help out. What do you two think about giving it a go?" Harley and Tyler looked at one another. "If you're up for it, I've got work," Tyler said. Harley smiled. "Oh yeah? Your dad told me you might need help when he came up to the prison. I just called him. Didn't expect him to get to you so fast. I'm up for it. What did you have in mind?" He instantly regretted mentioning Bert Bennington's offer. He just asked Bert about the offer that morning, less than an hour ago. Now he was bringing it up to Tyler. What if the father and son didn't agree that Harley would be a good fit. It would be an honor to have you on. My wife and I are getting the old yak farm going. I'm working a few hours here to help build capital for the business, and my wife is managing a rental up in the mountains. We will definitely need someone to help with both of our business ventures. If you're interested, we'd love to have your help. Sure. I can do several things, Tyler said. I got some training while I was in. Great. Come on by the place tomorrow morning. We'll get you started, Tyler said. 3. Why did I let her talk me into this? Jayda yelled at her steering wheel. Her car struggled to make it up to the summit of the mountain, which was the first of many. The scenery would have been breathtaking if Jayda hadn't been too nervous to take a glance. Luckily, the Yak Ranch was around the bend of one of the impressive but relatively minor peaks in the grand scheme of things. Inching along through a tiny town, Jayda was thankful when the landscape started to even out. Jayda eased her Fiat into the driveway around 10 that morning. Stacy had a strong cup of coffee waiting. Girl, you could have warned me about those mountains, Jayda said. Stacy laughed and handed Jayda the mug of coffee. Oh my gosh, girl, you need a break. What has this job done to you? Look at how thin you are. Stacy pulled her into a quick hug before leading her into the kitchen. I've got snacks waiting. You don't have to worry about anything now. We'll take good care of you. Thanks for letting me come out and infringe on your new life, Jayda said. Stacy threw a hand in her direction. Everyone is welcome here, especially my best friend. Sit down and tell me everything. Can we wait to talk? Jayda asked. That's fine, but I bet you'd feel better if you told me at least a little bit about what's going on, Stacy said. Jayda smiled and said, Stacy still wants to know everything. All right. But I might not get through the entire story without flipping over the table. So keep your guard up. If you need to Hulk smash something, we've got plenty of farm chores for you, but you better not mess up my kitchen. The women fell into laughter, and Jayda felt the tension in the middle of her back ease for the first time in days. It was good to be in the company of her old friend. Okay. So as you may have heard, newspapers are not all the rage these days. Yeah, we don't even have one here. The demand is way down, and since people can just search the internet for free, we are hurting for subscribers. Of course, every journalist is searching for a great story that will bring readers back, but it's hard to get to the sensational stories first. People just pull out their cell phone and record events these days, but I stumbled upon a story that needed to be told. It wasn't glamorous, but it was important to help the people involved. When I tried to pursue it, I was told to move on to the next case. Why? The paper needed a story that would grab people. I wanted to publish a piece about workers who were being mistreated because of their immigration status. My boss told me that a bunch of poor immigrants being taken advantage of at a meatpacking plant is just everyday news. Nothing special about that. That's so sad. Let me guess. You pursued it anyway. Yep. I continued to work on the story and found out there were connections to elected officials. Unfortunately, the particular officials are popular lifelong politicians who continue to get elected no matter what. In other words, they have the power and the paper does not. Correct. My boss told me the situation wasn't going to end, and we didn't have enough of a reason to keep pursuing. Basically, he wanted me to drop it and move on. No mercy or concern for the people involved? Stacy asked. No. He was so flippant about moving on from a story that affected so many young women. I decided to keep it in the background while I worked on other reports, but as it spilled from my radar, I lost contact with some of the women. I tried to find my source and get enough information to go to the police. When I couldn't find her at the factory, I consulted another source at the police department, and they helped me locate the woman. After that, I filled in the police because it seemed like some of the women were in danger. I still planned on running the story, but only after I was sure everyone was safe. Unfortunately, As soon as I had all I needed to do that, an article mysteriously appeared on the front page of the paper. Jayda Sims plays fast and loose with lives of trafficked women. Who published that? Colton wanted a story that grabbed the readers, so Angelique, the editor and occasionally my arch nemesis, wrote the story. It was one of those sensational headlines that pulled eyes to the front page. Our website crashed because of the number of readers that flocked to the story. The newspapers, physical paper, began to sell at a rate we hadn't seen in at least a decade. They plastered my face all over the front page. People started texting to ask if it was true. That sounds like a nightmare. What are you going to do? Jayda sighed. I have no idea. Right now, I just need some time to think. My career might be over, so I'm going to need a new plan. Well, you've come to the right place. Drink your coffee, and I'll take you up to the cabin. Stacy and Jayda headed up the mountain in her F-150. The truck climbed higher in elevation for several minutes, until they reached a small gravel parking lot. The cabin was hidden behind deadfall and giant pines. Jayda felt her mouth drop as she saw the terrain change. She'd only been to the cabin in the winter, when it was covered in snow. It had been beautiful, but now the lush summer greenery took her breath away. Wow. This is something. It's scary at first, but now I'm used to driving up here. This road is questionable. It's an old Forest Service road. It's summer, so no worries, but it closes later in the season. At that time, if you still want to stay here, you can use our spare room. That's very kind of you, but I doubt I'll be able to stay here more than a few days. I'm thankful, but it's so primitive. There's no time frame, Jayda. You can stay or leave whenever you choose. Stacy parked the truck in a small park and ride lot. We have to take a three-wheeler in. Remember how we had to do that for the wedding? Oh yeah. I forgot about that, Jayda said. Stacy was dressed in gorgeous cowgirl boots, fitted pants and an embroidered shirt. Jayda wasn't sure that Stacy was dressed for the ride. You look like you're about to give equestrian lessons. Are you sure you can handle this three-wheeler thing? Don't worry. I do this all the time. Stacy smiled and motioned for Jayda to follow her into the woods. A few feet away from the parking lot sat a pair of three-wheelers. Stacy climbed on one and started the motor. Jayda hesitated. You aren't getting there unless you get on. I rode a horse in for my wedding, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Jayda reluctantly got on the back of the three-wheeler and closed her eyes while Stacy maneuvered through the overgrowth. 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped and Jayda opened her eyes. What did you do with my friend who only shopped at Bloomingdale's and Saks Fifth Avenue? She grew up. Now she loves her cowgirl boots, three-wheelers and cabins in the wood. What was this place? Jayda said, getting off the three-wheeler. An old hunting cabin that Tyler's grandpa used. There's jerky, canned veggies and fruit preserves in there. Who knows how old they are, but I can tell you they're delicious. Don't be afraid to have some. This is going to be quite an adventure. Jayda said, feeling a bit of fear rise in her chest. It was definitely a getaway, but in ways it felt like too much. There was nothing but dense trees for as far as she could see. Remember, you can stay as long as you want. Friendly is a big departure from Chicago, but that might be exactly what you need. Yeah, I'm starting to think that's the case. But this might be too much of a change. What type of critters live out here? Stacy laughed. Really big critters. Just stay around the cabin and you'll be fine. We can get you some bear spray too. All right, but remember that I just had a crazy deal at my job. I don't need a sweaty-toothed madman coming up here and kidnapping me. I think you've lived in Chicago too long. Relax. The madmen are only around in the fall and winter, Stacy said, winking. Just kidding. Jayda, you've always worked so hard, and without someone to lean on, it can get to be too much. That's what happened to me. When I came out here, I just felt a weight lifted off my shoulders. Then I met Tyler. You must be in love. Can't believe you quit your job and moved to the middle of nowhere to be a ranch wife. Never saw that coming. Tyler must be one heck of a guy. He really is. He'll be back this afternoon. Maybe we'll come up and help you get settled in. That'll be great. Thanks so much for letting me stay here. Sure thing. Oh yeah, so we'll have to bring water in for you. Tyler called me this morning and said he has a guy named Harley who's looking for work, so he'll be showing up sometime tomorrow. No running water? Jayda asked. Welcome to friendly, Stacy said, before getting back on the three-wheeler and taking off. 4. Back at the house, Stacy checked on the yaks and chickens. I couldn't believe that she'd spent all but a year and a half of her life in an enormous city. Stacy took a deep breath and said a silent prayer of thanks for Tyler and the life they shared. Then she headed to the garden, picked a few peppers and onions, and headed into the house to start dinner. Tyler pushed open the kitchen door 15 minutes later. Did Jayda make it okay? Hi honey, Stacy said, stepping away from the stove and jumping into Tyler's arms. How's my darling? Tyler asked, holding Stacy close and giving her a quick kiss. Things are good and yes, Jayda made it. She is up at the cabin. I can't believe you big city girls want to come here and hang out in these parts. Must be something in the water, Tyler said, giving Stacy a second kiss. We're just like everyone else. Sometimes we want to change. Remember, you lived in LA for 10 years? Match point. So what's her story, he said, slowly letting Stacy head back to the stove. She's a journalist. A story about the mistreatment of workers appeared on her radar, and she was asked to report on it. Her boss wanted her to sensationalize it so that it would pull in readers who might not otherwise care, but Jayda wanted to help the people involved. So, she checked with a contact in the police department before publishing the story. Once she found out that the women could be rescued from the situation with any repercussions, she focused on getting them out of the situation. Basically, she put the story on the back burner, and once the women were saved, it wasn't the sensational drama her boss had hoped for, so he had another reporter write a scandalous story that made it look like Jayda did something wrong. So she got screwed by her boss. Common story. How long will she be up at the cabin? She's not sure. I told her she can stay as long as she likes, but she's a city girl at heart. I bet she'll be leaving in a week or two. Stacy said. Well, it's a good thing we've got Harley now. Stacy looked up. Tell me about this Harley guy. He's a little younger than me. Just got out of jail. He was a nice kid. Why was he in jail? Stacy asked, pulling a pan of blueberry muffins out of the oven. Harley was in the city with a buddy. They drank too much, and Harley got behind the wheel and crashed the car. He's kind of blacklisted here, so I figure we'll give him a warm welcome and maybe others will come around. Okay. That sounds like a good plan. Maybe he and Jayda will hit it off. Tyler slipped his arms around Stacy's waist. Do we have a matchmaker here? She giggled and nuzzled her nose into the side of his cheek. I want everyone to be as happy as I am. A strong, handsome cowboy is the way to go. You probably won't be saying that after you really get a taste of farm life. Wait until you're out there churning butter from our fresh milk on a cold winter day, Tyler said, kissing Stacy on the cheek. You can churn too. And I still have faith you're going to get me a fancy mansion someday. Tyler laughed. I think you married the wrong cowboy for that. Speaking of making copious amounts of money for doing virtually nothing, Donnie called the other day, Tyler said. Yeah, what did he want? Stacy asked. He wants to know if I'm still interested in working on his campaign. Oh, the campaign, Stacy said, remembering how Donnie wanted to run for the county commissioner. What do you think? Do you still want to be a part of his campaign? You know how I feel about it. I just want to keep an eye on what he's doing to our county. He seems to want to turn this into some type of metropolis, and nobody except for him wants that. Sounds like you're going to do it. Meet with him, and find out exactly what he has in mind. I won't try to talk him out of it. I'll just listen and get a feel for what he has in mind. After I get the information, we'll come up with some ways to talk him out of what he's planning on doing. That sounds like something I can support. Stacy said. What if, when you present challenges to him, he decides that you're no longer suitable for the campaign? Well, that's always a possibility, but I don't think he's going to do that because ever since we started up the farm again, and you and I settled down, people have been really excited to have me back. No one's as excited as me that you're here. I think you have a good plan. Let's see where this campaign goes. Tyler hated politics, but agreeing to be Donnie's campaign manager was the only way he could keep an eye on what his old friend was doing. After seeing how focused Donnie was on making a fortune, Tyler had become suspicious of his intentions. With a bustling construction company, and his father building subdivisions all over the valley, Tyler was afraid Donnie had the same plans for Friendly. After dinner, Tyler headed to Donnie's office. They'd agreed to meet and discuss the campaign strategy. Donnie's office was on the outskirts of town. Tyler pulled into the long gravel driveway just after 6 that evening. Donnie had left the door to the RV that served as his campaign office open. He was pacing around with the phone glued to his ear. Tyler gently tapped on the door and entered. Donnie held up a finger and headed into another room of the RV. He emerged a few minutes later with a huge smile on his face. Are you ready to conquer the world? Donnie asked. By running a campaign for county commissioner? Tyler said, creasing his brow. It's a start, but who knows how far this will take us, right? Tyler nodded. He wasn't sure what Donnie had up his sleeve. Something was up. I've got a schedule worked out of different places you can appear. I figure we want to hit local places first, but we'll have to branch out and... Here's the good news. We don't have to do much work to win this thing, Donnie said, cutting Tyler off and grinning from ear to ear. What do you mean? I'm going to win, and when I do, you'll be on the list of people to come up with me. The county commissioner is going to have all the power in the future. The mayor is in a good position right now, but in the future, as the water dries up, the county will be running the show. If we can get into the office, we'll be able to control what happens around here. Okay, but we need to be responsible. Friendly is a small country town. We want it to stay that way, right? If this place is going to survive, we need to bring in some business, Donnie said. I agree, but we need certain businesses. Not big box stores. Do you think this town is going to survive, with Ben's being the only market? He carries the basics, but new people won't be happy with his selection. I think we have enough in terms of groceries. Ben's is great. The place can sustain our community, and if people want something he doesn't have on hand, Ben's happy to order it. You don't get tired of waiting for items to arrive at Ben's? No. Stacy is from Chicago and she's fine with Ben's. He'll order fancy stuff if you ask. Yeah, but we want to be a modern town. The store was built decades ago. The whole place has the 1970s written all over it. But we're a sleepy little town. We don't need a souped-up grocery store with caviar. Donnie shook his head. Whatever. Let's move on. Where are we having the first stump speech? Tyler smiled. Donnie shook his head. No. You're not thinking. Yes. We're going to Ben's store. It's the heart of the town. Think about it. Every person in town goes there at some point. It's the place to kick off your campaign. Okay. Fine. I've been working on my speech. Great. What do you have? Donnie cleared his throat and began. Fellow Friendlyites, I am pleased to announce that I am running for county commissioner. Our beautiful town needs a strong leader to take it into the future. A time that will bring great prosperity to the area. We must change while keeping the sweetest parts of our nature. This, my friends, is the only way forward. That's a good start. Do you plan on adding anything about how you plan to move the town forward? Donnie laughed. No way. They need to elect me first. After that, all will be revealed, Donnie said, spreading his arms out in front of himself like a magician. He had already molded himself into a politician, Tyler thought. Have you come up with the plan, or are you winging it? That's a secret even from you, Donnie said. Okay, but people will want to know. You might want to have a blueprint. A hometown boy getting the county commissioner position will make everyone happy. I just need to smile and kiss a lot of babies. Hometown Heroes is also on the list, and we need to visit the quilters, 4-H, and different ranchers throughout the area. If you don't have ranchers, you won't win the county. After we do the rounds here, we'll head to the other places in the county. Our goal is to make a stop in each town. You do know I'm the only one running, right? I'm taking this thing home. I don't think we need to visit the other towns. That sounds so time-consuming. If you're running for county commissioner, I think you should do it right. Okay, Mr. Perfection. We'll do it, but I'm just telling you we don't have to. I know you want to spend more time with your sweet wife. This will take time away from the honeymoon phase. Keep in mind that it won't last, so take advantage of it while you can. Donnie, that might be true for some, but me and Stacy have something special. I can run your campaign and be showered with love when I return home at night. I don't doubt you're a lucky man, but give it a few years. Once the kids come along, everything changes. You'll learn that soon enough. Anyway, I need someone to clean up this place. We shouldn't be taking out the garbage, Donnie said as he pulled a small trash bag out of the receptacle. Tyler noticed there was only one paper cup in the bag. You don't want to spend money on that type of thing, Tyler said. County commissioner shouldn't be taking out the trash, and neither should his campaign manager. We're the big men on campus. No more trash duty. Get me a guy, Mr. Campaign Manager. Tyler shook his head and sighed. I don't know anyone who would. Wait. I've got an idea. You remember Harley Leader? No. I don't remember people unless I have to. Telling Donnie that Harley had just gotten out of jail probably wasn't a good idea, so Tyler just said, he recently moved back to Friendly and he's looking for work of any kind. The guy could use a hand up. Great. Send him to my office in the next few days. It'll look good. Me giving some dude who just came back to town a job. Between him and you, people are going to think I'm an angel. Okay. I'll send him your way, Tyler said. Great. Next order of business is getting some commercials made. What do you think of me riding down Main Street on my horse with my hat tipped forward, but not enough to cover my eyes, and I'll come up with a slogan and remind the people of Friendly of the good times? I'll bring up stories from back in the day, when Main Street was lit up with hustle and bustle of people shopping and everything was good. Okay, but remember, there was never any hustle and bustle in Friendly. This has always been a small town. If you're going to do an ad, I think the horse is good, but you need to talk about preserving the town. Not creating something new. There's nothing here to preserve. My dad is down in the valley making a fortune. Just think of how great it would be if he was up here building in Friendly. Any ideas on how to revitalize Friendly while still keeping it friendly? Tyler, people want their town. That's it. If we can help them keep their town, they'll be happy. I'm confident I can do that, but not by relying on what we have here in town. Donnie had a point. They needed a way to bring the town back to life without changing it, but there didn't seem to be many options. I agree that things are looking a little dire, but Friendly is a good place. People will stay and come back if there's something here. Like luxury condos. Or land they can ranch. What about a ski resort? Donnie asked. I think a campground would be better. Maybe a reservoir for fishing. Tyler responded. This place is full of that stuff. What's going to make Friendly stand out? That's what we need to find out. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. This town is dying because there's nothing to do. If we bring in some action, we'll keep residents and it'll make sense to make sure there's water. You remember the pipeline idea from when we were kids? Yeah. I know we won't get the pipeline if the town's dying, but if we change the place, it won't be friendly anymore. Tyler, the town is on its last leg. We've lost the school, taxes will need to be raised, and in time there won't be enough water for ranching. So what do you have in mind? Remember, we just have to let people know that we have a plan. Things change. I don't want to flesh everything out just yet. For now, let's just work on getting a janitor of some type to come through and clean up a bit, Donnie said, running his finger over the top of his desk. What about the commercial? Do you see how dusty it is around here? Donnie said, holding up his index finger. Donnie, why don't we brainstorm some ideas, give it a few days, and come back together to talk about what we want to put in the commercial? I want to think about a few things before we move forward with this. That night, Bert stopped by Tyler and Stacy's house. He walked up to the porch with his hands in his pockets and head down. Tyler watched him from the living room, knowing that something was on his father's mind. Son, I made a promise to a kid. I shouldn't have, but I have a favor to ask, Bert said. Tyler smiled and waited for his father to say more. After a few minutes of silence, Tyler said, What's going on, Dad? You remember that kid named Harley Leader? Went to jail a few years ago. Yeah. I just hired him. What about him? Bert laughed. Have I told you how proud I am to have you as my son? Let me guess, you told him I would hire him? Yes, but only because I knew you would. Thanks, kid. I like Harley. Happy to help him out. Hey, I have a question about Donnie's dad. What about him? He's down in the valley building everywhere he can. Do you know much about his business? I know he wanted to turn Friendly into a subdivision after the mine closed. So he's deep into real estate. Yep. I heard he's got a slew of subdivisions and condos down in the valley. Why you're asking? Because Donnie is obsessed with having water rights. He doesn't seem to care about anything else. I'm afraid he wants to chase out the ranchers and bring in big box stores and strip malls. That was his dad's dream, so I wouldn't be surprised. What are you going to do about it? I don't know. I'm his campaign manager. If he does something like that, I'll be seen as being in it with him. True. Don't let him take you down a dark path, son. I won't. If it gets too bad, I'll get out of there. Stacy might have some ideas on how to deal with this. I don't have any proof that he wants to do that, so I'm just speculating. I remember how unpopular his dad was. Makes me wonder if Arlington is planning on moving back up here. Tyler said. I doubt that. No one liked him after he sided with the bosses at the mine. If anything, he's trying to expand his city empire to the country. I think you might be right. Now I just have to find a way to prove it. 5. When Harley got back from Ben's, a woman was standing on the edge of the yard with his father. The two were chatting in front of a patch of daisies. Hey, Harley called as he parked the truck and headed in their direction. Son, this is Nellie. She just couldn't wait to meet you. I hope you don't mind. His father said, gently taking Nellie's arm and pulling her close. Nellie was tall with a fashionable bob cut and glasses pushed low on her nose. She was wearing jeans and a tank top, and was a shapely, spry woman with a warm and welcoming smile. It's such a pleasure to meet you, she said, holding out her hand. Same here, Harley said, but his heart was racing. He's told his father he wasn't ready to meet this woman yet. We've been waiting for you to come home. What did you think of the house? Your dad told me you liked it, but I'd love to hear detailed feedback. We could do something with your room if you like, Nellie said, peering out over the top of her wireframe glasses. I think it's nice. Great job, Dad. And you too, of course. Harley said, pointing awkwardly at Nellie. What do you want to do with your room? Nellie asked. Taken aback, Harley did not know how to respond. His room was fine the way it was. At least that was what he thought. Although it was the same room he'd been sleeping in since he was a preteen. Maybe it was time to make some changes. Maybe something with the paint. I don't know yet. I'm going to have to think about it for a while. Well, I was an interior designer for years. I'm ready to bring your dreams to life, Nellie said, her excitement causing Harley to jump a bit. His dad's new girlfriend was lively and exuberant. Harley thought about the quiet dinners and silent evenings he and his dad had lived through for years. Nellie seemed to be the opposite of all of that. I just took a drive around town. Seems like the more things change, the more they stay the same, Harley said. Did you see anyone around? I stopped by Ben's. Saw Tyler Bennington there. Sounds like he's got some work I can do. A job already? Wow, Rich. Your boy is really on top of things. We need a celebratory dinner for this. What would you like? Nellie asked, turning to Harley. Well, he likes lasagna, Rich said. How about that, Harley? A smile crept onto his lips. His father was genuinely happy to have him home, and the light in Nellie's eyes told him that she too was excited to have her beau's son home. It sent warmth and love through his body. I do enjoy lasagna. I don't think I've had it in like a decade. Well, get ready. I've got a recipe you're going to love, Nellie said. Harley shook off the apprehension and allowed himself to loosen up. Nellie, I really appreciate that. The woman pulled him into a hug. Thank you for letting me do this for you. Now you run along. I'll have your welcome home congratulations dinner ready soon. The lasagna was delicious, and Harley went back for seconds and thirds. By the end of the night, he found himself talking more to Nellie than normal. She had a laid-back way about her that made him feel like he'd known her for much longer than one day. After dinner, Rich got the fire pit in the backyard going, and the three sat outside, sipping ginger ales and talking. Your father told me what happened. I'm sorry you had that experience, but I think the town is big enough to accept you back. It might take a little while, but you'll grow on the old-timers and find your place among the youngsters like yourself, Nellie said. I certainly hope that's true. I wondered if coming back here was the right thing. There are places I could go and start over. Nonsense. Your dad and I are here, and now you're going to working for one of Bennington's. They're like town royalty around here. Stick with them and things will go well. I don't really have a job. I'm just doing some work around his place. That's a job. I bet over time it will turn into more, Nellie said. After Nellie headed home and Harley prepared for bed, he allowed himself to think that maybe, just maybe, the job at Tyler Bennington's could turn into more. The next morning, Harley was up early. His father was sitting at the kitchen table with an empty coffee cup and a plate of bacon and scrambled eggs. First day on the job. Thought I'd make sure my son had a big breakfast to start the day. Harley smiled at his dad. It was a pleasant surprise to see him in the kitchen again. That actually smells good. Nellie's been teaching me a thing or two, his dad said. His father filled the coffee cup and pulled out a chair for him. Rich's Gourmet Restaurant, Harley said. The two laughed and Harley sat in front of the feast. I didn't do this enough when you were a kid. What are you talking about? I was distracted and working all the time when you were young. You were a widowed dad trying to make ends meet. Well, I'm better now. I hope I can make up for the past. No need to make up for anything. It's a fresh start for me and us. Thanks for breakfast, Harley said, getting up from the table and realizing that he didn't have any transportation. Another reason I'm up early is because I've got some jobs lined up today. Otherwise, I'd just let you take the truck. Thanks, Dad. No worries. Let's get you over to Bennington's place, son. Embarrassed that his father had to drop him off, Harley sat quietly in the passenger seat. As his father approached the Bennington's ranch, Harley asked him to stop. I appreciate the ride, but I can walk the rest of the way. Rich opened his mouth to protest, but must have thought better of it, because he simply nodded. I just don't want them to see me getting dropped off by my dad. All right, son. Have a great day. Harley jumped out of the truck and walked toward Tyler Bennington's house, where a woman in jeans and fancy boots was on the porch. Hey there, she said. You must be Harley. Yes, ma'am. You must be Mrs. Bennington. Stacy, the woman with the cute button nose said, holding out her hand. Harley felt his cheeks blush. It had been a long time since he'd been in the presence of such a beautiful lady. Come on in. I've got coffee brewing. Harley had been in the house once before when he was a teen. He'd helped his father complete some work on the kitchen back when he was in high school. Tyler was just entering the kitchen when the two of them walked through the door. Harley? Hey man. I see you've met the wife. Welcome to our little slice of heaven. Thanks. I remember this place. What was the lady's name that lived here? Ethel. She was my aunt, Stacy said. Really? That's so great that you live here now. I helped my dad work on this kitchen back in the day. We love it. I know my aunt really loved this place too. I sharpened up my skills while I was in. So, whatever you two need, I probably can do. Thanks, Harley. I'm sure you'll be extremely busy around here, Stacy said. 6. Tyler showed Harley around the property and told him what he wanted done. We have a lot to do around here, but I'd like for you to take water up to a tenant we have at my old grandpa's hunting cabin. You know where that is? Yeah, I remember where it is. Great. Stacy's friend is up at the cabin. Jayda. She's a reporter from Chicago, just taking some time off to relax. Tyler told him while they loaded the water tanks. Harley nodded. You can take the truck and the four-wheeler. Thanks. I'm working on getting my own truck, Harley said. Don't worry about that. We have 3 trucks. So Stacy's friend is really nice, but things have been rough for her. Please be gentle. I'm just dropping off water. I'll unload the tanks and leave. You don't have to do that. I'm just saying be gentle. She's an outsider. Could be a good person to make friends with. That was a good point. This woman didn't know anything about him. He'd just be a guy with water. Not an ex-con. All right. I'll be nice, Harley said, heading to the truck. The drive up to the cabin was perilous, with steep drop-offs on all sides at some points. Harley hadn't been on this road for years, but he knew trucks had traversed it for decades. That eased his mind a bit, but the last portion of the drive that took him up an incline caused him to gulp. Harley made it to the precipice. Once at the top, he unloaded the jugs of water onto the UTV and headed toward the old cabin. Things had changed around Friendly, but the mountains were the same. After spending several years away, Harley found it exhilarating to be out in the fresh air, zipping along amongst the trees. He parked in a small lot near a steep trail, loaded 2 tanks of water into a UTV, and headed down a winding road that eventually became a tight dirt path. He parked the UTV and headed to the cabin. Jayda had been up most of the night, crouched in a corner with a tree branch, feverishly watching the door. When it got dark out, it really got dark. She couldn't see a few inches in front of her face outside, so she'd locked the door and tried to relax. Without a television or much in the way of cell reception, she was alone with the sounds of the woods, which weren't that comforting. Please, Lord, don't let Bigfoot come up in here and get me, she'd said aloud, waving the branch she'd collected from in front of the cabin. By mid-morning, Jayda was nodding off. That was when she heard a buzz in the distance. Her heart raced. Oh my gosh, is it Jason? Who else would be up here? She said, standing up and rushing to one of the windows. A UTV came into view. A tall man with thick dark hair, a cowboy shirt with boots to match, parked and climbed off the vehicle. A white man in the woods. Must be a serial killer, Jayda muttered. I hot one, but still. The man approached the cabin. Jayda rushed over with her branch and stood behind the door. Don't come any closer. I'm armed and ready to use my weapon against you, Jayda yelled. What? The man said, frustration in his voice. I'm armed and dangerous. Yeah, okay. Open the door. I'm not afraid, Jayda said, her voice quivering with fear. Listen, lady, Stacy and Tyler sent me. I have water. Jayda closed her eyes. That's right. Stacy told me about this. Oh. Okay. Sorry. I just open the door. I don't have time for flakiness. I'm not a flake. Don't talk to me like that. Lady, I don't know you. Nor do I care to deal with whatever psychosis you have. I just want to drop off some water, okay? Leave it on the porch. You're not strong enough to lift it. Excuse me? I am strong. Leave it. Nope. You're not that strong and I'm not leaving it. I said. Princess. Just open the door. Okay. I'm here to help, he said in as calm a voice as he could muster. To his surprise, the tumbler turned and a woman with large almond-shaped eyes and flawless mahogany skin peeked out. Hi, she said. You must be Jayda. She nodded. What's your name? Jayda couldn't help stealing a few extra glances at the man. He was tall and muscular, with his biceps rippling as he folded his arms. Sweat had plastered his shirt over his body. Harley what? Jayda asked. Leader. That sounds like a made-up name. Okay. Listen, I don't have time for this. But what if? Princess. Come on. Jayda stepped outside and pulled the door closed behind her, as if she didn't want Harley in the cabin. He was annoyed, but felt his anger subsiding when he made eye contact with Jayda. She stepped close to him, temporarily invading his personal space, which he didn't mind at all, and looked up into his face. Her forehead was just below his chin. The perfect height, Harley thought as he met eyes with Jayda. Her face looked soft and her eyes were large, dark and warm. She was wearing a form-fitting Chicago Cubs t-shirt that rose slightly above her belly button, and a pair of flannel pajama bottoms. Where's the water? Oh. Wait, Jayda said, rushing back into the cabin. She emerged with an oversized t-shirt that came down to the top of her thighs. I'm sorry about that. I only sleep in that shirt. I do not go out like that. It's a nice shirt, Harley said. Mr. Leader, please keep your mind out the gutter. Now where's the water? Over there, Harley said, point to the large containers strapped on a small flatbed trailer. Okay. Great. Where do you live? In Friendly, of course. And how do you know Stacy and Tyler? You've got a lot of questions, Harley said. I'm a reporter. Well, I'm not a news story. Guess I better be careful what I say around you, Harley said, winking, hoping to cool the mood of this beautiful woman. Tyler told me you have one of those portable showers. I'm going to fill it up and set it in the sun. It'll warm up fast, so you shouldn't have to wait too long. Okay. Thanks. You come out here much? The two stood awkward and quiet for a few seconds. No. Haven't been up here in years. Do you need anything else besides the water? Harley asked. Yes. Jayda needed a lot of things. For one, she wasn't convinced the composting toilet was for her. The solar panels were nice, but she was worried about running out of electricity, and she was terrified of sleeping out in the woods at night by herself. Frustrated with her plight in life, Jayda sighed and said, No. I'm fine. You're sure? Harley asked. Why wouldn't I be? Well, for one, you wanted the water on the porch. The tanks are heavy. How are you going to get it to the places you need it? Jayda bit her lip. Okay. Where should I put the water? Harley headed back to the trailer and effortlessly grabbed one of the water tanks and headed to the kitchen. Jayda followed him inside. First, we'll fill up the Berkey filter. That will ensure you have clean drinking water. Harley balanced the tank on one arm while he opened the water filter. He filled it without trouble, put the lid back on, and turned to Jayda. Next, we want to get the water for bathing in another container. This will make it easier for you to fill up the shower next time. Okay, you've called my bluff. What else do I need to know? You're in good shape. Let's store the rest of the water in these small containers, Harley said, pointing toward a set of buckets. So what do you do? Jayda asked. Well, this and a few other things. I just moved back to town. You and Tyler are old friends? I know his dad. I'm younger than Tyler, so we didn't have that much contact before I went away. His dad told me Tyler and his wife were getting the old yak ranch back up and going, so I'm helping out down there. I talked to his wife this morning, and it sounds like she's a brilliant manager. She'll get things back up and running. She sure will. Stacy is brilliant. I can't believe she's a country girl now. So where have you been living? You said you just returned to Friendly. Harley sighed and considered his options. What should he do? Thinking back to his time in jail, he decided that the truth was the best way to go. I did some time. Oh. When did you get out? Harley was shocked by Jayda's reaction. She hadn't missed a beat. A couple of days ago. Once again, Jayda didn't blink or seem overly concerned. Harley was impressed. He was a convicted felon, and they were alone in an isolated patch of the world. If Jayda had been leering, it would have been totally acceptable. So you've been home 2 days. May I ask why you were in? You may, but I don't know why you need to know that. You recording this or something? No. I'm just... Jayda stopped herself. She was so lonely, but interrogating a stranger wasn't the way to make friends. Harley finished fixing up the shower before saying, Listen, lady. I will not hurt you or anything like that. Yes, I was in jail, but I'm not a bad person. You don't have the right to judge me. Jayda felt anger rising in her throat. No one's judging you. Stop being so self-centered. Did it ever occur to you that a woman in the middle of nowhere might be excited to see another human being? I don't know what it's like out here in the country, but in the city, we like people. Harley's ears warmed with embarrassment. He closed his eyes and thought about the lessons he'd learned in jail during therapy. The words of his therapist echoed in his head. Don't lash out because you assume a person won't like you. Give them a chance to make that decision on their own. I'm sorry. It's rough, because I never know how people are going to react. Basically, I was a kid, did something stupid with a friend. His name was Kenny, we'd been drinking. He died and I went to jail. It's hard to talk about it. Great. Thanks for the water. I'll take things from her, Jayda said, tears brimming on her eyelids. Harley opened his mouth to try again to smooth things over, but decided against it. He'd been harsher than he should have been. Of course she was lonely and scared. Why hadn't he been able to see that? Hey. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, Harley said, reaching out and gently touching her arm. Jayda pulled away. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He knew he'd gone too far. Harley backed away and headed back to the UTV. Wait. I'm sorry, Jayda called after him, but Harley didn't look back. Instead, he climbed on the UTV and headed off into the forest. So stupid. Harley yelled at himself as he drove back to Tyler's. He felt like he'd crossed a line with Jayda. What had he been thinking? Stacy was outside when he pulled back into the driveway. Harley parked the truck and ran his hands over his face. When he looked up from his palms, Stacy was standing next to the truck. Was it that bad? She asked. I just feel out of place. I think I offended her. She's lonely and scared up there, and I touched her. Stacy's eyebrows arched. Touched her? Just her arm. She was going to cry and I wanted to help. Okay. Helping is good. Tell me what happened. Harley hesitated, but decided to just tell Stacy what went on. He'd learned in prison that hiding things just made life worse. She was afraid that a man was outside the cabin. I think she's struggling with being alone in the woods. I'm sensitive because I was, well, in jail and I overacted. That sounds like a misunderstanding. Why don't you come on in and have some tea or coffee? Tomorrow you can straighten things out. Jayda has been through a lot these past few weeks. Don't worry about it. Jayda is a very forgiving friend. Harley felt himself calming down. Okay. I'll take you up on a cup of coffee. After that, I'm ready to work. What would you like for me to do today? Well, we're working on clearing out the mess at the far end of our property. My aunt didn't like clutter in her house, but she had fewer restrictions for land. There's a bunch of stuff we need tossed and weeds chopped so we can grow on that land. Great. I'll head there after the coffee. 7. Okay, girl. What happened with Harley? Stacy asked. She'd driven up to the cabin that evening. I was being ridiculous. I tried to apologize, but he took off. So, if I send him back up here tomorrow, it would be okay. Jayda's eyes lit up. Absolutely. That was quite the eager reply. Well, he was kind of fun. Initially, I was scared, but he had some good banter, and you know how I feel about banter. Stacy laughed. Yes, I know you like that type of thing. I also think you might be fond of his arms. Jayda smiled and nodded her head. Yes, the entire package is nice, but we're not the same. Is this because he's been to prison? Stacy asked. Remember, my one major boyfriend also went to prison. I don't want any more of that in my life. Besides, Keith was my one and only. No, he wasn't. You met him in high school. Think about how long ago that was. We were together until our senior year of college. It was a big deal. Right, but it's time to get back on horse. Keith went down a dark path. You did the right thing getting rid of him. Now I'm not saying that you should go for Harley, but I am saying that you shouldn't be closed off to it. Stacy said. I'm in a cabin in the middle of nowhere, and my life is falling apart. I probably don't have a job anymore, and I left everything spur of the moment, so I expect to walk into a mess when I get back home. No, I'm not interested in a cowboy, and even if I was, my life is messed up. Who would date me right now? I probably don't even have a job at this point. Someone who gets super upset when he thinks that he's wronged you. Harley was all torn up when he got back to our place. Really? Jayda felt her cheeks warm. Yes. I told him you'd been through a lot, and were probably overly sensitive about things. What? Me? No. Okay, I overreacted. You know how the anxiety can get you going. But it's okay because we're all human. Now I want you to promise that the next time you see him, you're going to be nice. I was nice. Are you sure? Jayda squinted her eyes. I was scared when he showed up. Serial killers live the woods and they wait for young women to come out here alone, and they strike. I think you've been working at that paper too long. Friendly is the only place around here, and statistically, due to our small population, we are unlikely to have a serial killer. That's what everyone thinks, until the bodies start showing up. Get help, Jayda. Stacy said, throwing her head back and laughing. Harley was up at 6 the next morning. After talking with Stacy and his dad about Jayda, he had come up with a plan to help mend things with the strange, beautiful woman in the woods. Rich said he could take the truck, so Harley skipped breakfast and headed to Ben's grocery. He was there at 6:30 when the doors opened. Morning, kid. What you need? Ben asked. A dozen long-stem roses. Not red ones. Oh man. You move fast, buddy. Who is she? It's nothing like that. I just need to make up for what I did to this lady, and I want her to know I come as a friend. Harley said. With roses? No red ones. Red means love, right? That's what some say. I say all roses equal love, but I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy. Do you have any roses that aren't red, Ben? Harley asked, feeling antsy. Yeah. I'll get you the best ones. I've got some yellow roses with red tips. The lucky lady will love them. Harley followed Ben over to the floral department, where he picked 12 breathtaking roses. He felt excitement rising in his chest. These are perfect. Yellow roses with red tips. I think she'll love them. Will you hold them here while I run and grab a few other things? You're the only one in the store besides me. What do you need? Something for breakfast. Well, we have those microwave breakfast sandwiches. Something nice? Oh. You know what? Head over to Hometown Heroes. They've got some fantastic crepes. Crepes? That sounds like a great idea, Harley said, smiling before his face fell. Here, kid. The roses are on me. The crepes aren't too expensive. What you got on you? Embarrassed, Harley told Ben he only had $20. Okay. Well, how about you just take this and do what needs to be done, Ben said, handing Harley $30. I can't take that. It's not a handout. You're going to stock some shelves for me later, right? Harley smiled. Ben, you're the best. You should probably take a bottle of champagne and some orange juice, so you can make mimosas. We've got fancy plastic champagne glasses as well. Really? Yeah. Sounds like this calls for fancy cups. Thank you so much. I'll make it up to you. Harley said. Whatever. Take these roses and get. Harley grabbed the glasses, a bottle of champagne, and some of the local fresh squeezed orange and headed back to the truck. He gently placed the roses on the passenger seat and drove to Hometown Heroes, where he ordered crepes with strawberries and brie. Once the food was ready, he drove to Stacy and Tyler's, quickly picked up the UTV and trailer and headed up the mountain. The sun had just climbed over the mountain ridge, shining hot bright rays along the path. Now that Harley had been home for almost a week, he could feel the rising joy of freedom that he'd suppressed the first few days he was out. While he was in prison, he'd considered the fact that he might never get out. That the date of his release would arrive, and he'd be told that there'd been a mistake and that he had to stay. Now he was cruising up the canyon, the wind whipping through the cab of the truck, and he was headed to see someone that might become a friend. Maybe there was a such thing as a second chance. When he arrived, Jayda was sitting at the picnic table out front, writing in a notebook. Hey, she said as the UTV came to a stop. Harley climbed off the vehicle, grabbed the roses and headed towards her. Can we start over? Jayda's eyes filled with tears. This time though, he knew these were tears of joy. She froze as Harley approached and gently handed her the roses. Jayda hugged them close to her chest. I don't know what to say. I've got something else, Harley said, heading back to the UTV. He returned with takeout boxes and beverages. Again, Jayda was left speechless. She watched as Harley set up the picnic table. Once he was all done, he motioned for Jayda to sit down, but she just stood frozen in one spot, hugging the roses. I hope you don't mind, Harley said, walking over to her. Harley touched her cheek, wiping away a tear. This time there was no resistance. Here. Let me help you, Harley said, taking one of her hands and gently leading her to the table. I'll put the roses in some water, he said, heading into the cabin. When he returned, Jayda was sipping one of the mimosas he'd made. As he sat down, she held up her hand. Thank you so much, but what are you doing? Just trying to make amends. Nothing was broken. I felt like I'd offended you. But you hadn't. Why are you doing this? Because? I know you were scared and lonely yesterday. I know how that feels, and I gave you a hard time instead of being kind. We're both outsiders in this town. We should be friends. Jayda took another sip of the mimosa. This is fantastic, by the way, and yes, we should stick together. Also, I feel terrible about yesterday. It was rude of me to pry. So, I like your suggestion of starting over. And all of this, she said, waving her hand over the meal, leaves me kind of speechless, but that never lasts long for me, so here we go. I'm Jayda Sims, a disgraced reporter from Chicago. I'm hiding out in these woods, hoping that the news of my fall from grace won't reach Friendly. Harley looked up at Jayda. She had a little smirk on her face, but the tears were still in her eyes. Before he knew it, his index finger was again on her cheek, catching a tear. Harley snatched his hand away quickly. He felt a blush coming over his face. It had been a long time since he'd been in the company of a gorgeous lady. I'm Harley, a quiet, handy ex-con, hoping that you don't go running out into the woods to get away from me. Unfortunately, Friendly knows me and my past, so I'm just a walking, talking target for judgment. I might be a little sensitive about that. I guess we're both a mess. Truce, Jayda said, holding out her hand. Truce, Harley said, gently taking her palm into his and holding it just a little longer than necessary. But Jayda didn't seem to mind. After finishing breakfast, Harley and Jayda made sure that she was all set with water. As he turned to head to the UTV, Jayda said, "So what's it like to be back in Friendly?" He stopped and turned around. Weird. It's like I don't know this place. My dad has a smartphone. When I left, he couldn't even work the remote control. Now he's all advanced and I'm way behind. Don't even know what's going on around here. Do you have a phone yet? No. I haven't picked one up. Don't know which ones are good. Well, you might be better off without a phone, but if you're looking to get back into the groove of things, you should get one sooner than later. I think it'll be good to have a phone. If my dad has one, I know it's a big deal. I just want to make sure that I pick something decent. Jayda smiled. Maybe I can help you do some research. Really? Yeah. Research is kind of my thing. I bet it is. I know the journalist types are good at snooping around. Harley said. That's true, but who better to search for a phone than a nosy news lady? How about some coffee before you go? I know all about phones, Jayda said, excited that she'd found a reason for him to stay longer. All right, but I need to get back to Stacy and Tyler soon. Of course. Just a few more minutes and you'll be on your way. Eager to stay in Harley's company, Jayda took her time brewing the coffee and making small talk. She felt comfortable and safe with this man. The roses and fancy breakfast in the woods didn't hurt how she felt about him either. You get scared being out here alone? Harley asked. Kind of. Last night there were some noises that freaked me out a little, but it turns out it was just acorns or some type of nut falling from the tree over the cabin. It woke me up in the middle of the night, and my mind ran wild. I imagined there was a killer peeking in the window, Jayda said, laughing and throwing her arms in the air. Harley noticed how calm and open she was, even though they had just met. It was comforting to know that not everyone would judge him for his past. You got protection up here? Like a gun? No. I probably should have that, but I don't. Besides, I've never shot a gun, so I'd be hesitant to get one. Jayda handed Harley a mug of dark, strong brew. What would you do if something happened up here? I'm guessing that your cell phone doesn't work. I have to head down the mountain to get reception. Not exactly sure what I'd do. I guess screaming is off the table. What do you think about heading to town with me? You can help me find a phone, and I'll take you by my dad's and we'll get you some type of protection. Guns aren't the only thing. Jayda sat on the opposite side of the table and held out her hand. Deal, she said, slipping her palm into his. She stared into his eyes, feeling her cheeks warm. Tomorrow, then? Harley said in a tone just above a whisper. Jayda muttered, yes. 8. Harley couldn't stop smiling as he drove down the mountain. He caught himself singing the mundane songs that came on the radio, and thinking about Jayda. Her eyes were so alluring. He really liked the way she handled herself. It was clear she was having a tough time, but Jayda might pull herself together after they got off on the wrong foot. Harley was looking forward to seeing her again. He was still smiling when he got back to Tyler and Stacy's place. How did it go? Tyler asked Harley. Real good. She's doing all right up there. She's really nice. Tyler elbowed Harley. See? I knew you'd like her. She's beautiful, huh? Harley didn't know what to say. He'd always been a little shy. Anything else I need to do? Harley asked, changing the subject. Well, I've got to run an errand. I might score something for you where I'm going. Would you be interested in more work? Oh yeah. Thanks, Tyler. I can help more here too. Maybe I can knock out some home projects for you. No charge, of course. No, man. We pay for talent and services here. Anything you do will bring compensation. Thanks, Tyler. You do not know how grateful I am to just walk into a job. No problem. I'm glad I can help. What would you like for me to do next? I was wondering if you'd be willing to clean up some of the property back there, Tyler said, point toward a thicket of giant trees and bushes just beyond the pasture. We want to plant a few things back there. Not an actual farm, but an extensive garden. Sure. That's what Mrs. Bennington asked me to work on the other day. I didn't get very far, but I saw an old school bus back there. Yeah, we're not sure why there's a bus back there. We'll get that out of here as soon as we can. Actually, I was wondering if maybe I could buy it off of you. I've been watching these videos about van life and I thought, well, maybe that's way to get my own place sooner than later. So, would you consider selling it to me? No and no, Tyler said. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I mean, no, you can't buy it, but yes, you can have it and work on it here. No need to pay me anything. Really? Harley said. We've got plenty of space for you to store it on the property and work to update it. You mean it? Of course. We're not doing anything with it. I got it for pennies on the dollar at an auction. Initially, I had plans for it, but life has picked up and I won't have time for daydreaming up ideas for it. Do you want to convert it into a living space? Yeah, I've been learning about alternative living quarters for people who don't make much money. Saw some cool stuff about turning old school buses into homes. That sounds like a great idea. It's a way to get your own place for less than what you'll spend on a house or apartment. Sounds like a fun project. Let me know how I can help. Man, I don't know how to thank you. Harley said. No thanks needed. Hey, you remember Donnie? Harley took a moment, squinted his eyes and said, Rich guy? The family has some money. He's looking for someone to clean his office. It probably won't pay too much, but I thought you might be interested. Oh yeah. Definitely. Okay. Stop by his place and he'll talk to you about it. It'll probably be a couple of nights a week. That sounds great. I'll head there first thing in the morning. The smell of bacon woke Harley up around 5 the next morning. He headed to the kitchen, where his dad was moving back and forth between the stove and the counter. Bacon and pancakes this morning, son. How you feeling? Great. I don't remember you being a morning person. I know. Things have changed. Hey, I've got good news. I'm taking the day off. Me and Nellie have plans so you can use the truck. No time limit. Really? Thanks, Dad. I promise I'll get my own truck soon. No rush. I just wish I could let you use it more. Rich said, flipping a pancake and catching it on a plate. You've picked up some skills in my absence. Son, every day is a new chance to change everything about your life. Let's eat. Rich sat a plate of bacon and pancakes in front of Harley. After breakfast, Harley headed to Donnie's office. His heart was racing, and he was hesitant to knock as he stood outside the door. Tyler had told him that there was work, and he couldn't be picky, but his memories of Donnie were not positive. Was this opening a can of worms he wouldn't be able to control? Harley remembered Donnie and his family as being wealthy and distant from most of the town. Working for the blacklisted family wouldn't win him any popularity contests, but this was no time to be picky. If Donnie wanted to give him work, he'd take it. Harley let out a sigh and knocked. Donnie pulled open the door, surprising Harley. "Hey, you must be Harley Leader," Donnie said, holding his hand out. "Yeah. Thanks for meeting with me. I'm always open to helping a guy in need." "Come on in," he said, stepping back and beckoning Harley inside. "I'm doing some work for Tyler Bennington during the day, but I'm free in the evenings." "That's right when I need you. Just looking for someone to come through and clean this place. Change the garbage, vacuum, and make sure the coffee is stocked. I can pay you a little extra, because I know you're working on getting back on your feet. $15 an hour, okay?" "Sure. That sounds great." "All right. If I find more work, are you interested in taking it on?" "Yeah. I'm starting over, so I'm hungry for whatever you have." "Great. When can you start?" Donnie asked. "Tonight." "Deal," Donnie said, shaking his hand. "Hey, before you go, I hear you're working for Tyler Bennington." "Yeah. He and his wife need help with their yak farm. I'm able to do both." "Oh, I'm not worried about that. I know you'll define. How are things going over at Tyler's?" "Fine," Harley said. Not sure why Donnie was asking about his other job. "We're like brothers, Tyler and me." Harley nodded. "I just want to make sure that he's okay. He's actually running my campaign for county commissioner. We're good friends. Just wondered about how things were going over there." Harley thought it was strange that Donnie was asking him how his good friend was doing. "I just started. Don't see him much, actually. His wife does a lot of the work." "So, you're eager to make a few extra bucks?" Donnie asked. "I'm willing to put in an honest day's work." "Great. I've got some specialized work I need done. It pays well." Harley waited, his jaw tensing. "Would you like to know what it is?" Donnie asked. "I guess. What is it?" "Me and Tyler go way back, and I'm worried that he might be stretching himself too far. He's my campaign manager, but he's starting up his ranch and he just got married. So I want to make sure he's not overworked, you know what I mean?" Harley nodded, but he truly didn't understand. Something felt off. "I'm glad you understand. I want to be a good friend, but I'm a busy man and I can't get out to his place often, so I need someone else to keep an eye on him. Since you're working there, I can pay you to keep tabs on how Tyler's doing. Nothing major. Just what is he up to, how stressed he seems, and whether he's having problems with the wife." Spying on Tyler wasn't something Harley was prepared to do. "I don't. Take a night or two to think about it. No need to answer now," Donnie said, cutting Harley off and slapping him on the back. 9. Harley left Donnie's office feeling uneasy. If Tyler and Donnie were so close, why would Donnie ask him to spy on Tyler? "I'm not doing anything shady to Tyler," Harley thought. He shook off the uneasy feeling Donnie had given him and headed to Tyler and Stacy's place. He filled up the water tanks and headed to the cabin. This time he brewed a thermos of coffee at home for Jayda, using his dad's fancy coffee. After parking the truck in a park and ride lot, Harley moved the water tank to the UTV and headed into the forest. The cabin was still and quiet when Harley arrived. He headed to the door but stopped short, wondering if he'd come too early. "Hey stranger," Jayda said, emerging from the woods. "I brought a peace offering along with more water," Harley said, holding out the thermos. "We were already at peace, but thanks for thinking of me," Jayda said. Harley felt his cheeks warm as Jayda winked and moved closer. He watched her lips curve into a warm smile, causing him to freeze and stare at her. "Hey, are you okay?" "Oh. Yeah. I just..." Jayda gently touched his arm. "Well, I've got a few phones picked out. Turns out, I can get a Wi-Fi signal if I walk about a quarter mile down the mountain. I probably could find one in a store down the canyon. Not in Friendly, but there's a big store about 40 miles away. We can order it online. Don't you need a credit card or something like that?" "Usually, but if you give me the money, we can use my card." You do that for me? Harley asked. Why not? Because I'm an ex-con, Harley thought. I'm sure you have a lot going on, so we better get going, Jayda said. They climbed on the UTV and drove back to Harley's truck. After loading the UTV onto the trailer, they headed down the mountain. How long are you staying? Harley asked, breaking the uncomfortable silence. I really don't know. My life is kind of up in the air. Join the club. What's your story? Why were you in prison? Jayda asked. I'm sure Stacy has told you all about me. No. She just told me a guy would be bringing water up the mountain to me. That's shocking. Maybe, but it's true. I was in prison for 6 years, and I'm just a guy that lives in town. I'm working on rebuilding my life, and I'm staying with my dad for a while. Tyler is helping me get back on my feet, and another guy just gave me a part-time job as a janitor. Not everything is what it seems with my situation. For example, I wasn't driving the car when my friend Kenny died. Harley said. You weren't driving the car? Nope. Bet you heard differently around town. I'm open to hearing your story, Jayda said. Between my past and what people think they know about me, I doubt that this is going to matter. No one cares about what really happened. What about Kenny's family? They're church-going. Don't think that type will care about what I have to say. If they're church people, I'd think they'd be interested in a repentance story. Not to mention, you didn't do the things I've heard. I'm sure they would be interested in clearing things up. Have you talked with them? No. I can't bring myself to go over there. I was in the car when their son died. I didn't stop him from driving. Yes. But you tried, and you're working so hard to turn things around. That counts for something. Jayda said. That's about it for me. What is a big-time reporter doing in the mountains? You're really interested? Yeah. I've shared, Harley said, winking. Jayda's face broke into a smile. Okay. So, I have been a reporter since the dawn of time. When my siblings would argue or sneak around behind my parents' back, I had the whole story. I knew all the details, and I started to be known for finding the truth of the matter behind all types of situations. Well, I turned being nosy into a career, and in time I got a job at a local newspaper, and I've been there ever since. Until now. Right. A few months ago I came across a story, but it was more than a story. There were women being mistreated at a meat packing plant. The conditions were terrible, and one woman ended up losing several fingers in a machine. The company fired her and didn't offer any workers' compensation. That was how it started, but it was bigger than that. The owners were paying less than the minimum wage, having some workers work off the clock, and if they complained, they were simply fired. So it was a story, but the women I met, their lives could have been destroyed if I handled the story wrong. One woman was seeking asylum, and if she was returned to her home country, she'd be in danger of being murdered. So I kept the story close, which my boss didn't like. Your boss wanted you to report the story immediately? A story about sex trafficking and an underground syndicate in the city would sell newspapers. But it wasn't sex trafficking. My boss wanted me to sensationalize the story. Workers being mistreated isn't a very juicy story. That wasn't good enough for your boss? I waited too long. Our paper was struggling, so my boss wanted it posted as soon as possible. It would boost our standing, and that would lead to more revenue for the paper. I wasn't against more revenue for the paper, but I was against using this story to get it. I told him that we could do that after the women were safe. If the raid was quiet and no one knew about it, we could post the women's stories, but that wasn't good enough. So he made you publish the story. Not exactly. Not exactly. Instead of an underground trafficking syndicate being broken up, he twisted the information and had the editor write a story. The editor said I was hiding information for personal gain. There wasn't any sex trafficking. I'm sure that didn't go over well. Not at all. So what happened after the fake story was published? Other reporters came looking for me. I'd already talked with the policies, nothing came of the story legally, but my name is ruined. That's quite a story. Almost as bad as what I've got going on. Sorry that happened. I plan on redeeming myself. Just not sure how. Harley pulled into the long drive at his father's house and parked. Nellie's red Jeep was out front. This is my dad's place. Looks like his girlfriend is here. She's a little loud and forward, so I apologize in advance for anything weird she might do. No worries. I'm a reporter. I've been around all kinds of folks, Jayda said, opening the door of the truck. You have a girl? A woman ran up to the truck, stopping a few inches from Jayda and adjusting her glasses. Harley's dad stayed behind, a shocked look on his face. Nellie, this is a lovely girl. Oh my gosh. I love this outfit, Nellie said, grabbing a piece of Jayda's blue and white striped summer dress. Hey, I'm Jayda. You must be Nellie, she said, holding out her hand and suppressing a giggle. Oh, you've heard about me already. He probably told you I was nosy and pushy. No, he just said you might be here. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is all mine, Nellie said, taking Jayda's hand and shaking it vigorously. Wait a moment. Where did you two meet? She's staying in a cabin where I drop off water. What's your story? Jayda asked Nellie. You are something, aren't you? Well, I'm here spending time with my sweetie. Currently, I'm trying to figure out what to do with the yard. I moved up here from Taos a year ago, and I love it here. In my previous life, I was an interior designer. Seems like a pretty dry area. It is. So I'm thinking about ways to sculpt the yard into something fantastic that doesn't suck up a ton of water. Where are you from? Chicago. What are you doing out here? Hiding. We better get going, Harley said, gently slipping his hand underneath Jayda's elbow. What do you kids have planned? Harley needs a cell phone, Jayda said. Jayda needs protection, Harley chimed in as if on cue. 10. Harley introduced Jayda to his father, who seemed to be awestruck that he had a girl with him. After that, the two headed into the house, and Harley and Jayda searched through cell phone options for at least an hour. Eventually, Harley settled on a small, simple smartphone. That's great. Thanks for helping me with it, but I'll have to wait a few days to order it. Why? Jayda asked. Because I just started working and haven't been paid yet. We can order it. After all, I know where you live, and since you're broke, I know I'll be able to find you. Harley laughed. Thanks, but I can't ask you to do that. You didn't, so let's do it, Jayda said, punching buttons on her phone. I don't know if I feel comfortable with that. Address? Jayda? Harley, I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere. I probably don't have a job, or even a career to go back to. I'm feeling free. Let me do this, okay? Okay, but I'm paying you back with interest. All right. Let's go with a 5% interest rate. The Bank of Jayda is a little pricey. Banks have needs too. Jayda said, winking at him. Harley liked how easy it was to be with her. He didn't have much experience with women, but this seemed too simple. The sweet, fun-hearted banter and Jayda's willingness to help warmed his heart. Rich pushed open the kitchen door as if on cue. How are you two doing? You find a phone, son? Sure did. Hey, Jayda's up in the mountains and she wants some protection while she's there. Any suggestions? You've come to the right place, young lady. Rich said. Let's head into the living room. I've got some stuff for you. Jayda and Harley followed Rich. He opened up a cabin and pulled out 2 items. If you're up in the mountains, you need bear spray, and it couldn't hurt to have a taser. A taser? I don't know how to use one of those. We can show you, Harley said, looking at his dad. Sure we can. The good news is that you can carry a taser without a license here, so we'll just show you a few tips on handling the thing and you'll be all set. How dangerous are these things? Jayda asked. They're very safe if you know what you're doing, but remember that these things are dangerous and can cause death, so use it with extreme caution. Jayda took a deep breath. Okay. I'm ready for my lesson. First and foremost, know what you're dealing with. This taser using 50,000 volts of electricity to zap assailants, so make sure you only use it on someone who is truly a threat. Wow. That's a lot of power, Jayda said. Yeah, the arcs will cause a person's body to shake and lose valuable nutrients, so they'll be out of it for a while. The hope is that the arcs convince the person to just go away. Things are pretty safe around here, aren't they? Yeah, but you're in the mountains. Sometimes people are up there because they can't live down here for one reason or another. Just be ready if they show up. Rich said. Make sure you keep the safety switch on. You don't want to zap yourself. Rich flipped the switch and handed it to Jayda. The other switch turns it on and off. Make sure that you know which is which, and use both of them wisely. How long will this thing stop someone? This one is designed to stop bears or humans for about 10 minutes. There are bears up there, so keep this on you if you're out walking. I've been hiking around without anything. I didn't even think about bears. Bears, mountain lions, rams, there are all types of animals up there, so be careful. The taser might now help with critters, so watch your step. Rich said. Thank you, Mr. Leader. This makes me feel much safer. Can I pay you for this? Maybe rent it? Jayda asked. Rich laughed. First of all, none of this Mr. stuff and no. You can't pay me. Take the taser and stay safe. Just return it when you come off the mountain. After the self-defense lesson and purchase of the cell phone, Harley drove Jayda back up the canyon. When they reached the point where they had to switch to the UTV, Jayda's phone rang. She immediately recognized the number. Jayda, we need to talk. Colton said. It was her boss. She'd been gone for almost 2 weeks and he'd just thought to call. I don't have anything to say to you. Be reasonable. I know what happened was a shock and we should have done it better, but there was a great story there. You can't deny that. A fake story. Jayda said. Not really. Listen. This is silly. Please come to work tomorrow so we can talk about things. I've got a new opportunity here at the paper that I think you'll love. Did she still have a job? Was it possible that all could be forgotten, and her life as a journalist would go on? What do you mean, you have an opportunity at the paper? Jayda, you're a longtime beloved employee. Do you really think we'd dump you over something as silly as this? I don't think this is silly. It's serious enough for me to not be in the state, so I won't be able to make it to work tomorrow. You're not even here. Okay, well, when are you coming back? Jayda looked over at Harley. He was sitting quietly in the driver's seat, staring out the window. I don't know. I'll try to come in and meet with you sometime next week. Of course. Just make it relatively soon. We're going crazy without you here. If you aren't interested in being a part of our little work family anymore, well, we just hope that isn't the case. Colton said, his voice full of what she thought was supposed to be compassion. Okay. I'll be in touch. Jayda said before ending the call. What was that all about? Harley asked after she hung up the phone. It was my old job. They want you back? Well, in a way. My boss sounded far too sympathetic and I don't trust him, so we'll see what happens. Are you thinking about going back? Harley asked. It was a great question. Jayda didn't really have an answer, but she couldn't live in the cabin for the rest of her life. I might go back just to see what he has to offer. The two got onto the UTV and headed back to the cabin. I don't know that I want to go back, but what else do I have? That's one way to look at it, but sometimes it's okay to not have anything. I'm kind of down on my luck right now, but I can see a way forward. Being locked up was terrible, but now I have this second chance and I'm starting to feel like prison helped me grow. That sounds strange, but it's true. That's a good point. Maybe this is a gateway to something new. Jayda asked. We could use a newspaper around here. It's hard to know what's going on, Harley said, as they pulled to a stop in front of the cabin. Well, maybe you'll start one, Jayda said, giving Harley a wink and a smile before she got out. 11. Donnie opened the door before Harley could knock, waving him into the office. Hey, you're a little early, but feel free to clean up the reception area. I took a late meeting, but will only be a few minutes. All the cleaning supplies are in that closet over there. Okay. Great. I'll get started. Harley was shocked to find that the closet only contained a broom, a dustpan, and a tattered rag. He wasn't an expert cleaner, but he thought there should at least be a vacuum. Shrugging his shoulders, Harley grabbed the broom and started cleaning the office. As he swept, a low hum of voices reached his ears. Harley stood still, feeling guilty but curious. He listened to the conversation. The men spoke in hushed tones, but when Harley moved closer to the door, he could hear everything. Don't worry too much about your campaign manager. He won't know what hit him until it's over. You could even offer him a few $1,000s or something like that, and he should take the bait. Not this guy. He's all wholesome and dedicated to this town. Tyler can't be bought, but if we have the law on our side, it won't matter. We have plenty of lawyers. They said eminent domain is something we'll definitely get, if there are objections. Once I control water rights, we'll be able to get the old-timers to sell. They're struggling to get enough water, and once I have control, they'll have even less. Right? That means you can build where you want. In terms of our deal, we need that land near the middle of town. I know it'll be hard to put some of your friends out of business, but the payoff is going to be great. Most of the ranchers in that area are old. I don't think they have much fight left in them. We always think that, but you'd be surprised how often the old-timers are our most formidable opponents. Even so, they still fold in time. We've got a power lobby on our side. Construction and real estate are everything in this state. What about the rest of the board? Are they willing to invest in our little town? Sure. It looks like a cash cow. We get a ski resort, some off-road trails, and luxury condos, and people will flock to this place. Harley controlled his breathing, making sure that he was as quiet as he could be. How many condos are we talking? Donnie asked. The first wave will bring 50, but if we get approval for the resort, we'll add 200 more units and continue to build if we gauge a lot of interest. If there are houses and condos, people will move here. Soon they'll find the valley too crowded for their taste. They'll want to build and buy in a less populated area, even if it's a little further from the city than they like. So we're talking a 10-year plan? 10 or less. We see it all the time. People move to sparsely populated areas because they don't have a lot of population. In time, everyone has the same idea and some early comers move to the sticks. Then the sticks become the city. Trust me. I've seen this all over the country. That evening, Stacy pulled in front of the cabin. Jayda was sitting at the picnic table outside jotting down ideas for her next big move. Hey. It's good to see you, Jayda said, pushing her pen and notepad away and heading toward the UTV. I made some spaghetti and bread and thought, I bet Jayda would like some. The cabin has a wood-burning stove, but I know how you feel about cooking. Girl, I was just getting ready to grab a few leaves and eat that for dinner. The friends laughed. Jayda took the bread basket from Stacy, and they headed into the cabin. How you doing up here? Stacy asked. It's quiet. I've been thinking about life. Do I still have a job? What about a career? Once a reporter's name was associated with fraud and dishonesty, they were done. I wouldn't be able to get a job at any of the remaining popular newspapers, and most of the smaller outfits are drying up. I have considered herself a journalist for so long, I don't even know how else to describe myself. I don't know everything you're going through, but I understand feeling lost. I didn't know what was going to happen to me after I came out here. Was love enough to sustain me? Would I like the yaks? Would I crave the boardroom? Could I really pull off this country girl thing? Life was totally up in the air. And how has it turned out? Jayda asked. I've never been happier. The only thing that's bothering me a little is this county commissioner race Tyler's helping with. What bothers you about it? Jayda asked. Tyler is the campaign manager for this guy named Donnie. They went to high school together, and Tyler dated Donnie's sister in the past. They have a history, but I sense some shadiness on Donnie's part, and I don't want Tyler to be a part of it. That doesn't sound good. Why is Tyler managing the campaign? Because he wants to know what Donnie has up his sleeve. Years ago there was talk of a pipeline. It's the only way to increase the population in this area. We think Donnie wants to turn Friendly into one of those places with strip malls, luxury condos, and big box stores. If that's the case, there must be water. So this Donnie guy wants to change Friendly. Well, that's the thing. Have you noticed how quiet and dry this place is? Stacy said. Yeah. It's pretty secluded, and yeah, the ground is rock hard. Mining and ranching are really the only things that have gone on around here in the past. The mine closed years ago, and without water, ranching can only survive for so long. The town needs to find something else, and so far, Donnie is the only one that has an idea. That is a problem. Nothing else is on the table. How long was your drive from the last sizable city? It was a little long. And you passed through beautiful areas that are closer, right? Oh yeah, it was so pretty. And after that, you ended up driving through some rugged terrain and turning onto a road that is the only way in and out of this place. Why go through all of that when you can stop at the resort that 30 minutes back the other way? Good point, but I think you might be onto something with this cabin. I've taken a few hikes and come across other little places around here. They're clearly abandoned, but what if there were more places like this? City folks and people who wanted a quiet, low-key getaway could come up here and enjoy themselves. You think there's a decent market for that? Maybe. But you'll have to keep having a big, strong, handsome fella bring up the water, Jayda said, giggling. Is Jayda smitten? No, just noticing a looker when I see one. Harley is a nice. And since we're talking about him, what can you tell me about Harley? He's just a guy down on his luck. Spent some time in prison, but he seems nice enough. Was he in for a violent crime? To be honest, I don't know the whole story. Tyler and his dad believe in the guy, and I trust their judgment. Are you uncomfortable with him? Tyler can bring you water. No. I don't mind him, and I'm comfortable with him. Just curious. I see. How curious? Like candlelight dinner curious, or reporter curious? Jayda tried to hide her smile. Both? Well, I can try to get a little more information for you, but strictly for the reporter and you, Stacy said, laughing. So, I hate to change the subject, but I got a call from the newspaper. Oh yeah? What did they say? They want me to come in and have a conversation with them. In person? Stacy asked. They're only willing to talk in person. What are you going to do? No idea. I'm going to book a flight and go back to see what they'll talk about. They want me there in person so they can convince me to take some gopher position. It's time to move on, but I don't know what else I'm going to do. I have a condo back there, my life, everything is back there, but I've enjoyed being away from the hustle and bustle. I might even have gotten used to the composting toilet. What? That's crazy. Never thought you'd warm up to the composting toilet. Well, just remember that you can stay here as long as you want. Stacy said. Being here has been eye-opening. I need a lot less than I thought I did. I'm happier in that little cabin than I've been in that fancy condo. I thought I was doing what I was supposed to do. go to college, get a job, and dedicate my life to moving ahead. But now I'm questioning all of that. I'm missing out on happiness and joy. What if all those ideas I've been fed are all wrong? Stacy nodded. I know. I feel like I planned my life in a way that was not conducive to being happy. Now I don't pay it any mind. I live out here, don't watch television, and I don't have all the spoils of the big city, but I have love and joy. Turns out that's all you need. You do seem so much happier now. What do you miss? My parents. Some of the restaurants, and of course, I miss being in all those familiar fun places I love. But all of that is great, but it doesn't make a person happy. Those are just things that people like to have around. They're comforting, but ultimately, there's so much more to life. Stacy said. How did you decide to let your job and old life go? I met Tyler, and it just felt like a now or never situation. I could go back to Chicago and return to the corporate lifestyle I was used to, but that would mean being away from Tyler, or I could start over. You had a lot more to go back to. My job at the paper isn't a cash cow. I make okay money, but nothing to write home about but my career. You know, the money was the easiest thing to leave behind. Really? Yep. All those years of working and accumulating money were supposed to make me happy, but they didn't. All they did was tie me into a system that required me to work 60 hours a week, weekends included, and I was constantly competing with others. I had to work more than anyone else, so I got all the good promotions. I worked later to prove how dedicated I was to the company, but in the end, none of that brought happiness. Money, stress, and a career path, yes. Happiness? Not in the slightest. I love reporting the news, but I hate the politics of the business. I just want to tell people what they need to know, to make good life choices, or help them if they're in danger. That's it. I don't want to fight with a boss who decides whether a story is good, based on how sensational it is. So why don't you start your own thing? Stacy asked. I can't open up a newspaper on my own. I think you could. What about a website that reports news? I know a town that needs a reporter. It's a cute little place that doesn't have any type of newspaper or community website. Jayda laughed. Oh yeah? Where might this place be? You know, I think you might be familiar with it. You might even have a friend that lives there. Could be a brand new life. That's crazy talk. I think I need to be closer to the big city. Maybe I'll sell my condo and move to the suburbs. Jayda said. The suburbs are overpriced, just like the city, and it's not going to be much of a difference. You're right, but I feel like making too drastic of a change might be a mistake. Stacy nodded. Okay. So, what are you going to do? I'm going to head back and meet with the team. The team that betrayed you? Yes. That team. Jayda said. You can stay in the cabin for as long as you need. I mean, it's a rental. I'd be happy to have you as a long-term tenant, but obviously you have to do what you think is right. Just know the door is open. That sounds good, but I just don't know that I can do it. This place is so different. I just don't know that I can swing it. Okay. Well, just know that I won't be listing the rental until you tell me that you're for sure moving back to Chicago. Thanks. I promise I will let you know the minute something changes. 12. The next morning, Jayda woke up refreshed and eager for more company. After spending the previous morning with Harley and the evening with Stacy, she was eager for more socialization. Jayda took a deep breath and used the portable shower, wincing as the cold water hit her skin. She dressed and walked down to the park and ride lot. A quick search on her phone showed that a place called Hometown Heroes was the only spot in town where she could get a hot breakfast. After a couple of days of dry granola with apple slices, she was ready for something hearty. Jayda hopped on the UTV and headed down the mountain. 10 minutes later, she pulled into the parking lot of Hometown Heroes. It was a cozy and spacious mom-and-pop restaurant. The walls were lined with military memorabilia, and about half of the tables were full. A waitress told Jayda to grab a seat wherever she liked. She slid into one of the worn booths at the back of the restaurant and pulled a menu out of the condiment carousel in the middle of the table. A tall, frail man sitting with a group 3 booths away got up and headed toward her table. Jayda continued looking at the menu, nervous that the news story from Chicago had followed her west. "You're new in town," he said, sitting down across from her without asking. "That's right," she said, refusing to look up from the menu. "What's your purpose?" "What's yours?" Jayda said. "Hey, young lady. You're in my town. I just want to make some small talk and see what your intentions are. I plan to conquer this land for my own. What are you up to?" "Pretty much the same thing. Wilbur is the name," he said, holding out his hand. Jayda shook it and said, "Nice to meet you, Wilbur. I'm Jayda. Sassy Jayda. Well, I just happen to need a little spunk in my life. Why is a fancy girl like yourself in friendly?" "I'm a friend of Stacy Bennington's." "Oh. Then you must be okay. She's a nice lady. I've known her husband since he was born. He's okay too." "Thanks for allowing me to be here," Jayda said, smiling and flipping to the second page of the menu. "Get the hometown 2 eggs and bacon omelet. Ask for Gouda cheese. They have it, but they don't advertise it because it's pricey." Jayda put down the menu. "Does that come with hash browns?" "Or home fries, but you can't go wrong with the hash browns. Home fries tend to be a little underdone when this particular cook is in." "Jayda," she said, holding out her hand. "Wilbur." The two shook and smiled at one another. "You come here a lot?" "5 days a week. If you don't mind old-timers, join us." "I don't want to interrupt your time with your friends. I see those fellas 5 days a week. I only just met you." "Come on," Wilbur said, taking the menu off the table and motioning for Jayda to follow him. Jayda hesitated, but ultimately decided to give it a shot. "This is Herbert, Sean, and Lenny," Wilbur said, point to the 3 men sitting around the table. "Join us," Hebert said. "Thank you. It's nice to meet all of you," Jayda responded. The group of older gentlemen were happy to make her acquaintance. They laughed and picked her brain about the city, while she asked them about Friendly. Jayda followed Wilbur's advice and ordered what he'd suggested, a decision she certainly didn't regret. Jayda was having a good time with the men. They were fun, and she felt cozy and at home at their table. At 9:10, Harley walked in. "Harley," she called, waving him over to the table. He looked at her, gave a tight-lipped smile, and headed for an isolated table on the other side of the restaurant. "Harley," she called again, standing up and motioning toward him. Wilbur grabbed hold of the bottom of her shirt. "Not so fast. He knows he ain't wanted around here." "What?" "He's not welcome." "Why?" "He's very nice," Jayda said. "Do you know that he recently got out of prison?" Wilbur leaned over the table and whispered. Jayda shrugged. "Yeah. I do." The 4 men fell silent. "And you still associate with him?" "You must not know what he did," Ralph said. "Actually, I do. He made a mistake when he was young and his friend died. Tragic and terrible." "Then why do you want to be seen with him?" Herbert asked. Jayda felt her blood rising. "Because he's a nice man who made a stupid decision when he was 17 years old. He served his time and is back home trying to make a good life for himself." "Be careful of backsliders," Wilbur said. "Listen, I appreciate the concern, but I've talked with Harley several times and I don't see him as a threat. I'm going to settle my tab and head over to talk with him." Jayda got up and left the table before any more objections could be raised. She paid her tab at the register in the front of the restaurant and headed over to where Harley was sitting. His cheeks were red and his head was pushed down close toward the menu. She sat across from him. "I'm sorry I did that. I didn't know," she said. What are you talking about? Harley asked. You know what I mean. I didn't know that they would react that way. I apologize for putting you in that situation. No need to apologize. You're making friends. That's good. Harley continued to stare at the menu, his eyes downcast. Jayda gently lifted the menu out of his hands. Hometown Heroes 2 eggs and bacon omelet. Ask for Gouda cheese and go with hash browns on your side. You won't regret it. Harley looked up for the first time. That sounds delicious. Thanks. She nodded. So what do you have going on today? I'm dropping off water to a couple of people outside of town. There's a boil water alert a few towns over. Tyler wants to them out. Then I'm headed over to Stacy and Tyler's to check on the yaks. After that, I'll head to Donnie's to clean up. Which leads me to a dilemma. Can I tell you something? Harley asked. Yeah. What's going on? Jayda asked. Donnie has plans for Friendly that aren't really in line with what most people around here want. Like what? He wants to take the land of the ranchers on the western edge of town. How does he plan to do that? Well, the drought has intensified in this area and it doesn't look like things are going to turn around. It's been going on for 20 years and it's gotten worse over time. Water rights will make or break this area. The town won't be able to sustain the ranches and the big box stores that he wants to bring in. There are places to shop down in the city, but it's a drive. If the big box stores set up in Friendly, people from all the mountain towns will come here to shop. This isn't that kind of place. Big box stores would be detrimental to the town. Yeah. The roads will be packed. Traffic will clog up our town and the little people, like Ben, will be pushed out. Donnie must be tied in with the big guys. Jayda said. His family has always courted money. His dad was in with the mine boss when that was a thing around here. Has the drought really been going on for decades? Yeah. Even though the population is down and Friendly, there are a few places in the county that are growing. As more people move in, they put a strain on the system. Water has always been a bit scary, but now the situation is becoming dire. In time, the ranchers will be fighting for water. The person that owns those rights will make a lot of money. What are the duties of the county commissioner? Appropriation of funds is the biggest thing. If Donnie is county commissioner, he ends up having a say in all the projects the county takes on. Friendly Valley is small, and the town of Friendly is the largest place around. We will be the ones most affected by his decisions. What else did you find out about Donnie's quest to control everything? Harley leaned across the table and said, Keep that quiet. I don't want anyone to know I have that information. Jayda followed Harley's lead and whispered in his ear, Why? Because no one will do anything about it if they know it came from me. I'm not exactly respected around here. Well, I'm an outsider. I can write up something and we can spread the word, but first we need more before I put out the story. I go to Donnie's twice a week. The next time is tomorrow, but I can't make him say things. The first time it was a total mistake. He just knows I don't have anyone to tell. Or at least, no one that's going to believe me. Harley said. Okay. That may be true, but I think he will tell you more if you ask. Why would I ask him about water rights? You could present yourself as someone looking for an opportunity. What do you think about asking him about the pipeline tomorrow? Pipeline? I don't know anything about that. Stacy mentioned it to me the other day. Apparently, the water shortage has been anticipated for some time. Donnie seems to want to control everything. He asked Tyler to work on his campaign for county commissioner, and he wants me watch Tyler. Why? Jayda asked. He claims he's concerned with Tyler's well-being, but I think he just wants to know what's Tyler's up to, so he can use it against him somehow. That's terrible. Have you told Tyler? Not yet. Those two are friends, and I don't want Tyler to think I'm trying to cause trouble between the two of them. Also, the guy is giving me a job. I'm thankful, but I heard something I feel pretty uneasy about. Jayda leaned across the table. What did you hear? I don't know if I should say anything. I'm a reporter, Harley. You know I can't leave this place without knowing the scoop. He looked around to make sure no one else was in earshot. Donnie wants to get control of the water rights and build a bunch of real estate after he buys up all the land, forcing out ranches. Bert Bennington's ranch is in the middle of town, an area that Donnie's dad wanted to build on when I was a kid. I remember my dad talking about it back then. There's no way Bert is going to be willing to sell. But he'll be under pressure if Donnie owns all the land around his ranch. Yep. That's the plan. And if Donnie is the county commissioner, he'll make the water situation an issue. I assume it's always an issue around here. It is, but if Donnie gets control, it'll be a total disaster. Let's head over to Tyler and Stacy's place after we eat. 13. The yak farm is finally starting to come along, Stacy thought. They'd bought 10 Himalayan yaks to start, and of course, they'd acquired a bunch of barn cats. Life was shaping up nicely, and Stacy was enjoying country living. She was weeding the garden when Jayda and Harley showed up. Surprised to see the two together, she headed toward the driveway. Hey. Jayda and Harley. Surprised to see the two of you. Yeah, we ran into one another in town. I hope you don't mind us stopping by. We wanted to ask a few questions about Donnie. Okay. I don't know much about him. What's up? He is planning on becoming county commissioner, right? He's going to give it a shot. Is Tyler working on his campaign? Harley asked. Stacy hesitated. Yes, but you'll have to talk with Tyler about that. It doesn't sound like this guy is trying to do something nice for the community. Stacy considered how much she could say without betraying Tyler's plan. Not sure how much her husband wanted others to know, she said. I don't think he is, but Tyler wouldn't be into anything that wasn't good for Friendly. I hope that eases your mind a bit. I think Tyler might not know what Donnie has planned. I've been cleaning his office at night. Sounded like a big box store was looking to move into here. Harley said. Donnie is always talking. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Stacy, this sounds like a deal is going to be done if Donnie becomes the commissioner. He wants to buy out all the ranchers on this side of the mountain. If they don't sell, the company might be able to use eminent domain to take the land. Jayda said. Stacy's brow creased. Okay. That sounds like more than just random speculation. Come on in. Let's wait to talk to Tyler. Stacy fixed tea and set out cookies while they waited for Tyler to get home. When he walked into the kitchen, the three stared up at him with worried looks. What the heck happened? You guys look like someone died. I heard something at Donnie's office. Harley said. Tyler looked at Harley before turning and glancing at Jayda. Did they show up at the house together? He wondered. Donnie has crazy plans, or rather lack of plans from what I can tell. Regardless, I doubt most of them are going to be translated into reality. What have you heard? Tyler asked. That he wants to bring in a big box store. If he wins county commissioner, he'll be able to promote the store, talk it up to the people. After that, they'll pull eminent domain rights, and the ranchers on this side of the mountain will lose their land. When did you hear this? A couple of days ago. I was in his office doing some cleaning, and I overheard a conversation he was having with this guy in a suit. Tyler sat down at the kitchen table. Okay. Tell me everything you remember. Donnie told the man he'd run into some problems with his campaign manager. Said your vision was too small. The other guy laughed and told him not to worry about that, because once they had approval to build, the lawyers would work out the rest. Oh, really? Tyler said. Yeah. They plan on taking what they want. The man in the suit said it should be easy, because most of the ranchers around here are older and nearing retirement. Friendly also has lost 65% of its population since the mine closed. Donnie said it'll be easy to get people on his side, because they don't want the town to die. Tyler nodded his head. He's not wrong there. This town is emptying out. Those of us that plan to stay here and make a life of it might be tempted by jobs and a shopping center. Are you saying you're open to this? Stacy asked. No, but I think some people might be. We have to find a way to revitalize the town. If it's not going to be with a big box store and luxury condos, fine. But we better have another idea before we strike that one down. I really love staying up at the cabin. I went hiking the other day and saw a few more cabins. They all looked abandoned, but what if they were revitalized and the town offered a sort of ecotourism? There's a lot of history around here, right? And the mountains are beautiful. Jayda said. Getting out of the city can help people clear their minds. One trip to Friendly changed my life. I think that's a good idea. Stacy said. I like it, Tyler said. Maybe we could also tout the fact that there are tons of regulations you have in the city. People could come here and stay in campgrounds, old cabins, places they won't find in cities. That might bring in some folks that can't afford the city, but not so many that it turns this place into a metropolis. You know what? Those two are a good balance. Ecotourism and tiny homes. Most people aren't going to want that kind of downsized lifestyle, but a few might be open to it for a week or so. Ecotourism is a fantastic idea. Not to mention, since we're down 65 in population, we've got a long way to go before anyone would call us a city. Harley said. That's brilliant. We can take things like the old school bus you're fixing up and turn them into cozy vacation homes. Tyler smiled with anticipation. Are you going to present this to Donnie? Stacy asked. Yeah. Why not? It's a way to prevent the big box stores from coming, but it also could help us build an economic base for the future. Well, there's one more thing you should know, Harley said. What's that? Donnie gets $2 million when the contract is approved, and a couple more million after it's completed. That's a lot of incentive to go with the big box stores. The things we're talking about are good for the town, but if Donnie is greedy, the store idea is so much better for him. Jayda said. Well, if Donnie doesn't like the idea, maybe his campaign manager will resign and throw his hat into the ring, Stacy said. Nope. I'm not doing that. We've got a life to build here. Besides, I hate politics, Tyler said. But the life you want you might not be here if Donnie wins. Harley said. Tyler couldn't argue with that point. What if Donnie won and ran his dad off his land? Tyler would never forgive himself if that happened. But what about Stacy? He wanted to build a life with her. If he was county commissioner, he'd be wrapped up in county business. That meant he wouldn't be at home often. Stacy would be running the ranch alone most of the time. I have a duty to Stacy, Tyler said. Jayda looked at Harley. He looked like he was deep in thought. You have anyone in mind? She asked. Yeah. Great. Don't keep secrets. Tell us, who do you think should run? Me. Harley said. The room fell silent. After a few minutes, Jayda asked, Are you serious? Yeah. Tyler doesn't want to run against Donnie. Why don't I give it a try? Jayda was shocked. She thought people in Friendly would be somewhat accepting of Harley, but electing him was a different story. I don't know if that's a good idea. Do you have a plan? Stacy asked. I want to redeem myself to the people of Friendly. Jayda was at a loss, but then an idea crossed her mind. You have to tell your story. Everyone knows the story. Harley said. No. They don't know the truth. They need to know what you told me, Jayda said. I don't know if I can do that. I'm a reporter. I'll walk you through it. Tyler gave Harley a few days off so that he could start building his county commissioner campaign. Still feeling a little shocked that he'd decided to volunteer to run, Harley quickly hatched a plan. Conveniently, this plan included Jayda, which eased the fear he had about facing the town and telling them that he wanted to lead them into the next decade. He liked Jayda's tenacity and the way she searched for a way forward even when there didn't seem to be one. He also loved the way she never looked down on him. It was outlandish to think he could become county commissioner, but Jayda had jumped at the chance to help him build his campaign. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I need you up here with me for at least 3 days. We'll do a polished interview about your childhood. Explain why you ended up on the wrong side of the tracks, and then we show how the prison stay has caused you to develop a stronger moral compass. I've got work, Harley said. I talked with Tyler and you've got 3 days off. You only work at Donnie's a few nights a week, right? Yeah. Well, I can spare you for a few hours, but the rest of the time we're getting you ready, got it? You want me to stay in the cabin with you? I'm not going to have you out in a tent. There's a futon and a bed. The portable shower is a pain, but we'll manage. Unless you feel weird about staying up here. Harley felt his heart quicken. He was elated by the idea of spending more time with Jayda. I don't know about that. I might have to give it some thought, he said, diverting his eyes to the ground and wrinkling his brow as if this was a hard decision to make. If you can't stand the idea of being up here. No. I wasn't meaning that at all. I'll be here. I'll just head home and grab a few things, Harley said, nervous that he was about to lose his chance of being in Jayda's presence. Great. Let's get a little done before you head down the mountain. First order of business, what happened to your mother? Harley felt all the air leave his lungs. That was the last thing he wanted to talk about. She died when I was 9. What does that have to do with anything? A young boy needs his parents. If one of them is gone, it's easier for things to go off the rails. I'm not looking for sympathy. There is a difference between sympathy and understanding. Something terrible happened to you. It's understandable that you'd be in pain and find an outlet. Tell me about your mom. Harley felt like he was back in therapy in prison. My mom was a nurse on the reservation where she grew up. She had to take a dangerous mountain road to get there. She was driving home on an icy road one night, and a truck slid into her path. It wasn't anyone's fault, but she died on impact. Jayda slid her glasses off her face and folded them. Harley, I'm so sorry. That must have been awful. I had no idea. What was your mom like? My mom was quiet, sweet, and we were close. My dad worked on oil rigs and in mining towns, so he was gone a lot of the time. He's always been a good man and he loved me, but he was away a lot. Losing my mom was traumatic. My dad and I had to come together and make a life, and that didn't work as well without my mom. I blamed him for my mom's death because I felt like if he made more money, she wouldn't have had to work. Later on, I found out that she'd told my dad she was going to work, no matter what. She was trained as a nurse and loved her job on the reservation. It was a way to give back to her community. She was doing what she felt was right. Admirable. How did you find out? Jayda asked. My grandmother came to see me when I was in prison. She told me my mom wanted to be a nurse and wouldn't stop working, even though my dad had suggested that she stay home. She also told me that my dad just couldn't get over losing my mom. He tried to be strong, and my grandma told me most of the time when he dropped me off at her place, he'd call and tell her that he was on the verge of having a breakdown. I thought he was leaving me with my grandparents because he wanted to head to the bar. I also found out that he wasn't against her working. He was nervous about the roads she had to take to get there. That's so sad. I'm sorry. It seems like you and your dad are making amends. Yeah. He's doing well. Has a new girlfriend who seems great for him, and his business is really taking off. It's like me going away was exactly what he needed. I'm sure the situation was tough on both of you. You going away probably gave him time to think, but I bet you had the same opportunity. Yeah, and as funny as this sounds, prison made me a better person. It also made me love my dad more. I'm enjoying getting to know him. Don't think I really gave him a chance when I was a kid. I'm so thankful to have a second chance with him. So, what was it like coming to Friendly as a kid? Jayda asked, setting her notepad aside. Tough. We left Montana before I turned 10. My dad was broken-hearted and wanted a new life. Now that I'm older, I get it, but back then I resented not being asked whether I wanted to move. I made him pay for bringing me here. Middle school was tough, and high school was just another type of loneliness. After that, I ended up falling into a bad crowd at school. Nothing too terrible, but we drank and smoked cigarettes. It never was too bad, but I wasted a lot of time being stupid, Harley said. You were young and trying to find your place. How did you end up getting into trouble? I see what you're doing, but I don't think people are really interested in the truth. It's been years now, and they're comfortable knowing how telling the actual story makes anything different. They already believe what they want. The truth matters. I know it doesn't seem like it sometimes, but the truth really does make everything so much better. That's why I was so frustrated with my boss back in Chicago. I had the truth. The truth wasn't as attractive as the scandal. My turn to ask questions, Harley said. What would you tell people to clear your name? I would tell them that yes, I hesitated at first, but not because I was trying to bank a big story. It was because some of the women involved were not citizens. They were nervous that if we went to the police, they would be deported back to places that were inhospitable. I wanted to find a way to help them without jeopardizing their futures. One woman was going to be executed if she went back to the place she came from. If I took her to the police, they were going to send her back there. I just wanted to do things legally and keep the women safe. It was very hard to navigate that. Harley looked up at Jayda, their faces just inches apart. The air between them warmed, and she stared into his warm brown eyes. Will you tell me the story? Jayda asked, her voice low and sweet. Harley moved closer before pulling back. We were down in the city, drinking too much, and my friend Kenny climbed behind the wheel. I got in to try to stop him, but I was drunk too, so I wasn't exactly coordinated enough to get the keys from him. We fought over the keys while the car was moving. I was trying to pull them out of the ignition. Before I could do that, we crashed into a tree. Even though I was trying to stop him from driving, I was in the car and was charged with vehicular homicide. I'm not gonna lie. I was angry, did some drugs, and drank and drove my car really fast from time to time. One night, I almost went over a cliff when I was coming back up the canyon. At that point, I vowed to never drink and drive. Again I was careful. If I drank, I would stay in town and drive up the canyon the next morning. That night, I headed out with Kenny. I knew we might drink too much. So I asked some friends in the area if we could crash on their couch, if necessary. They agreed, so I wasn't worried. Your intention was to sleep it off and come up the next day? Jayda said, jotting down notes. Yes. But Kenny was eager to get back up the canyon. We'd been drinking and hanging out over a friend's house. This friend was over 21, so he had alcohol. We drank and played video games. Then around midnight, Kenny started to get antsy. He wanted to get home. I tried to get the keys from him, but he rushed out of the house. I followed and tried to stop him, and when he ended up behind the wheel of the car, I jumped into the passenger seat. My goal was to grab the keys from the ignition, but Kenny started the car and took off. As we fought, the car took off. When we slammed into a tree, he flew out of the driver's seat and through the windshield. Blood was running down my forehead, and I was dizzy. I thought Kenny was in similar shape. It was only when I tried to help him, I realized he was not okay. That's terrible. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Jayda said, setting the pen down and reaching for Harley's hand. I never intended to hurt anyone. At first, I wouldn't talk to the lawyer or my dad, but I eventually explained things. It was too late for the town, because they had already passed judgment on me. My lawyer told me to just tell the truth, so that's what I did. It didn't help much because I still got what my lawyer called a harsh sentence. I've heard stories like this before. As a reporter, you're always pushed to get the most sensational story. Unfortunately, a lot of situations are like yours. Not nearly as sensational as people want them to be. Many people end up in jail because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or they couldn't afford a good lawyer. My lawyer was decent, but he couldn't sway a man who had already decided how he was going to rule. Maybe this is something that we can get out in the local newspaper, or a little periodical. The Truth and an interview or something like that. It won't do any good. Also, I'm just running for county commissioner is a distraction. I don't have a chance, and we don't have a paper. Well, I don't accept it. I found people here to be extremely friendly, understanding and willing to listen, so I think maybe we could try. The people in Friendly are like the judge that handled my case. I'm guilty, and even if I say that, I still can't be absolved of my sins. I listened to my lawyer, who told me that if I plead guilty, pity would be taken on me, but that didn't happen. The guilty plea was supposed to get the sentence down to 18 months. He said he'd probably be able to get the sentence suspended, because I was a first-time offender. That day in court, I remember my dad told me how excited he was that I was coming home. Then I ended up not seeing him for 6 years. It was crazy. My lawyer said they threw the book at me. So the family doesn't know what really happened? No. They only know whatever they imagined happened. I don't know what the police told them, but they've let me know that they blame me for the accident. That's sad. If nothing else, the family needs to know the truth, Jayda said. I grew up here. You've been here for a few weeks. Trust me, nobody here cares about me or what happens. They think I'm a crook, and that will always be the case. I want to challenge that because I think it's absolutely false. Telling your story will give everybody another side of the situation. Jayda, I appreciate you wanting to help, but trust me. I know these people and nothing's going to change. No one's going to be looking at me like I'm some type of decent human being. Redemption is available. I could interview you about what happened, and seriously, this place needs a paper of some sort. You're the newspaper lady. Are you thinking about sticking around? No. I could never do that. I'm a city girl. In fact, I'm headed back to Chicago soon to talk about taking back my old job. Harley felt his heart quicken. He knew it was too good to be true, but he'd hoped that Jayda would stay. Of course, there wasn't much for a big city girl in Friendly. Shake off those silly thoughts, Harley told himself. How do you think it'll feel to go back to Chicago? Harley asked. It's going to be weird. I guess I was so wrapped up in my career that my life is just about work. I feel like I've made more connections here than in a few short weeks than I have back home. You're talking in the past tense. Sound like you're ready to make the move. Maybe Friendly is the place for you. Jayda smiled. Stop sidetracking the conversation. Now, I will put out an edition of a little paper before I head back to Chicago for good. The first edition will contain your story. You can read it over before I publish it, but I think it would be a good idea to film a short ad and stick it up on social media before we release your story in the paper. What type of video? Like an ad? I don't have that kind of money. Jayda pulled out her phone. Wait until your phone arrives. You will see that we have everything we need at our fingertips. That night, Jayda and Harley built a fire in front of the cabin and made s'mores. Harley headed inside and curled up on the futon around 11, and Jayda stayed up working on the Friendly Valley Gazette and headed to bed around 3. The next morning, Harley got up and feeling refreshed and excited about his county commissioner run. Maybe he could actually give Donnie a run for his money. Jayda certainly seemed to think that was the case. Harley brewed coffee and searched for something to eat. The cupboard was empty, except for a few jars of preserves and jerky. He headed into Jayda's room and sat a cup of coffee on the nightstand next to the bed. Her eyes fluttered open in confusion. "I'll be back. Catch a few more Z's while I'm gone," Harley said. He took the UTV back to his truck and headed down the mountain and headed to Hometown Heroes. Harley ordered breakfast tacos and head back to the cabin. "Wow. Whatever you have smells amazing," Jayda said. "Breakfast tacos. They do smell amazing. Have a seat. I'll serve you, madam," Harley said. "Take a bow." Jayda laughed and headed to the table. Harley served up the tacos, a mix of locally produced sausage, salsa verde, cheddar cheese, onions, potatoes, and gently toasted tortillas. The two ate and discussed the next moves for the campaign to challenge Donnie's run. "I've got an idea for the video ad." "Okay. What is it?" "You need a nice plaid shirt, a Stetson, boots and jeans. I'll handle the rest." The next afternoon, Harley showed up wearing a light blue plaid shirt, Stetson, and cowboy boots. "Perfect," Jayda said before they took off for Tyler and Stacy's place. They parked on the side of the house and headed for the school bus out in the field. "What are we doing?" "We need people to understand how revolutionary you are, while also showing that you are a traditional cowboy," Jayda said. "Those ideas clash." "Maybe, but not necessarily. I think they can be mutually beneficial," Jayda said, clicking on her phone. "Okay. Tell me what to do." "Tell people about your project here. Be natural." Harley hesitated and felt his ears getting hot as Jayda hit the record button on her phone. "Come on. You can do this," she whispered. Sighing and wondering what he'd gotten himself into, Harley began. "This is my future home," he said, throwing his hand back toward the old school bus. "As you can see, this is an old school bus that I'm remodeling and outfitting with all the amenities of a house. This is just one of the ways a person who is looking to save money, have a more adventurous lifestyle, or is tired of having a mortgage can live comfortably. As you know, I recently came home to Friendly and was surprised by the expensive home prices I found. This type of lifestyle makes it possible for me to stay in the town I love." Jayda winked and pointed at the bus, encouraging Harley to go inside. He walked over and opened the door before turning to smile and saying, "Come on in." "He's a natural," Jayda thought, a grin spreading across her face. She entered the bus with the camera high on her shoulder. "It is important to me that I am able to cook fresh foods every day. So I plan on having a small compact propane stove and a sizable sink. Entertaining is also something I value, so I'm going to put a cozy section with a love seat and a table mounted to the wall on this side." Jayda smiled and nodded vigorously. "I think Friendly is a place we want to keep the same, and one way to do that is to have revenue coming from things like ecotourism and offering living quarters that aren't expensive and don't consume a bunch of the land. The time has come to end ornamental grass. It's just a waste of water, and xeriscape can be a fun adventure for the whole family, as well as a great way to conserve water. It can also be an extremely attractive option for your lawn. Vote for me for county commissioner, and we'll keep Friendly small and happy." Jayda stopped recording. "That was great. We'll put this out before the first edition of the paper." 14. Jayda and Harley worked on creating a platform for his county commissioner run, and a week after the plan was hatched, the first edition of the newspaper was ready. Ironically, Jayda had booked a flight to Chicago the day after the first paper was done. Big business wants to transform Friendly Valley into a metropolis. "What do you guys think?" Jayda asked Stacy, Tyler, and Harley. "That's catchy, but a little dramatic," Harley said. "Yep. That's what we're going for. We want people to be terrified and motivated to learn more. That's how we'll get them to read the article and act." "Good idea. There hasn't been a newspaper in this town for a long time. They'll need something to knock off their socks." "What does the article say?" Tyler asked. "I'll read you the first few lines," Jayda said. "Imagine this future. As the walls come down at Hometown Heroes and Ben packs up the last canned goods in the historic grocery store, the big box bosses are moving in. No more free reign of your property. Oh, that's good, Stacy said. Jayda continued. Executives have infiltrated the area, driving up the price of properties and forcing the locals to pack up their wagons and move back east. As Hollywood and Silicon Valley executives hunker down in our mountains, the county commissioner works backdoor deals that steal water from ranchers and cause the last few locally owned businesses to close. Those are the lines you will be reading if you don't pay attention to what's happening with the county commissioner race. Initially, one man was running unopposed, but he was designing a corporate takeover of the town. Water rights are a contentious issue, and this man that wants to be county commissioner plans on strong-arming ranchers once he is elected. With deals lined up with corporations in the valley, he plans on making a killing and using eminent domain to take your land. Do you want Friendly to continue to be what it is? Then pay attention to the county commissioner race and give a hometown everyday man a chance. Who is brave enough to take on Donnie for the position of county commissioner? An unlikely hero. Read your ballots carefully and cast your vote for someone who loves Friendly just the way it is. Wow. That's impressive, Harley said. I love this. What else is in there? Stacy asked. Ground chuck on sale, 2 pounds for $5, and I added a copycat recipe of some breakfast tacos we had the other morning. This is great. How do we get them out? Stacy asked. Wrap them in twine and drop them off at the front doors of Hometown Heroes and Ben's Grocery. Those are the 2 principal meeting places in town. If we drop them off, people will pick them up. Tyler said. This is a splendid plan, but we need to be ready with more. When is the next edition coming out? Stacy asked. I plan on putting out 1 paper a week. Is that enough? That sounds great, but aren't you going to Chicago? Tyler asked, looking at Jayda. Well, I'm flying back there tomorrow to talk to my boss, but I will be back the day after that. I want to wait a little longer for things to die down before I head back for good. A few seconds of silence filled the room. No one was looking forward to Jayda leaving Friendly. But I will still help out with the paper. We have computers. I'll design everything and email it to you guys. I'll need you locals to feed me stories, but we'll make it work. Thanks, Jayda. You can teach us how to put the paper together ourselves in time. Harley tried to think of something to say, but his heart ached. Stacy and Tyler printed off copies of the paper, while Harley took Jayda back up the mountain to get ready for her trip. The ride to the cabin was quiet. Jayda wondered if Harley felt a sense of sadness over her heading back to Chicago. She was just going for a meeting with Colton, but she was not happy about leaving Friendly. She'd gone accustomed to having Harley around. You need help packing? Harley asked when they parked in front of the cabin. No, but come in and keep me company while I throw a few things in a bag. Harley followed Jayda into the cabin. She tossed some toiletries into a bag and 1 change of clothes. All of her other things would be waiting at the condo when she got there. Jayda looked around and realized that the cabin had started to feel like home. Her clothes were hanging up in the small closet, and her shoes were carefully placed by the door. Feels like you live here, Harley said, letting out a little laugh. How did you know I was thinking that? I didn't. I was thinking that, so I said it. You ready? Yeah. Let's head back down the mountain. Jayda invited Harley in when they got to Tyler and Stacy's, but he politely declined. He'd barely said a word on their trip down the mountain. Jayda had also been at a loss. What was there to say? Okay. I'll see you when I get back, she said, reaching across the truck to give Harley a hug. She rested her head on the back of his shoulder and lingered for a few minutes. Harley held her tight, and the 2 embraced for longer than they probably should have. Have a safe trip, Harley said when they broke the embrace. Jayda nodded and headed into the house. At 3 that morning, Harley and Tyler dropped off stacks of Jayda's short but informative newsletter. It detailed the broad strokes of Donnie's plan and encouraged people to consider running for office. The two worked quickly in the pre-dawn darkness, dropping stacks of the newsletter on the doorsteps of the local haunts around town. By 9 the next morning, Jayda's paper was the talk of town. People were buzzing with questions and concerns after the paper was published. What could they do to stop their town from turning into a city? Who was qualified to run for county commissioner? And of those who were qualified, who was going to be brave enough to throw their hat into the ring? A link at the bottom of the article directed people to a website. Small crowds formed around computers and phone screens as people typed in the link and watched Harley's video. Some people thought it was a scandal that he thought he could run. He's fresh out of prison. We don't need a crook in charge. But others were curious. What do you think he'd do? This ecotourism could be the ticket. By noon, Friendly was abuzz with the story they'd read in the thin paper dubbed the Friendly Gazette. Hometown Heroes was full of people leaning over tables, discussing whether Donnie was going to change their town forever. Tyler's phone rang just after noon. "We need to talk," Donnie said. "Donnie? Please, Tyler. Come and see me. Someone is trying to sabotage my county commissioner run, and I'm just hurt by that. I need a friend." Donnie's voice was laced with pain. There was a part of Tyler that felt terrible. He and Donnie had been friends since elementary school. They'd grown up together, and when Tyler returned to Friendly, his old pal had offered him work. "Okay. I'll be there in a few," Tyler said before ending the call. "Donnie?" Stacy said, handing him a mug of coffee. "Yeah. He says he's hurt. I feel bad being in the middle of this thing. He's been my friend for a long time. Technically, you're not in it. You're not running against him. I know, but it feels dishonest." "Well, you can always resign. Tell him you can't be his campaign manager. You can even use me as excuse. Tell him your new bride is demanding," Stacy said, kissing Tyler on the tip of his nose. "I want to quit, but I won't have the inside scoop if I do. Here's the thing. As long as you are honest in your dealings with Donnie, I don't think you have anything to feel guilty about. Once there is an official candidate on the ballot to oppose him, you can quit. Right now, there isn't anyone going up against him, so at this point, he's going to be the next county commissioner. I think you can try to change his mind about some things, but if it gets to be too much, step away." Tyler smiled and slipped his arms around Stacy's waist. "Have I told you how lucky I am to have you?" he asked. 15. Jayda's flight was scheduled for 6 that morning. She and Stacy headed to the airport at 3:30, arriving a little before 5. "Thanks," Jayda said as she grabbed her bag. "Don't let them railroad you. You've always got a place out here. Remember that," Stacy said before Jayda closed the car door. During the flight, Jayda questioned her decision to meet with the boss. Was it smart to meet with him? He let her down in a big way, and she was tired of what was going on at work. Her pay was stagnant, and she was ready for a change. But what could she do? A news website of her own sounded great, but how was she going to support herself on that? Even if some people subscribed to her site, she'd have trouble producing enough articles to justify charging. Not to mention, she would have to produce a lot of content to break through the flooded news market. Chicago looked different. After spending months in the mountains, the flat, sprawling cornfields of Illinois felt foreign. The constant hum of the city, cars and buses' voices and loud music cluttered Jayda's head. The building she'd worked in for almost 2 decades seemed like a distant memory when she walked through the back door. After landing, Jayda rented a car and headed to her condo. Nothing had changed in her absence, and even though the place had been her home for a decade, Jayda felt disconnected. The dining room was neat and clean but void of warmth. Her bedroom was well kept but plain, and the kitchen, which she rarely used, was nothing more than a stove, refrigerator, and a sink. When was the last time she'd cooked something in her home? When was the last time she sat back and enjoyed being in her condo? Jayda had been so focused on her career, she hadn't thought much about enjoying life. After spending some time away from the city, Jayda had come to appreciate the little things in life. Now that condo and the job seemed trivial. What was she doing with her life? That afternoon she headed to the office, not sure what she hoped to achieve by meeting with her boss. She parked and took a deep breath before heading into the office. The room fell silent as Jayda walked between the cubicles. Wearing a black pinstriped pantsuit, it was clear Jayda meant business. Roger Meyer and Colton, the owner and her boss, were in the boardroom with other directors and Angelique. Jayda was appalled that the person who'd betrayed her was in the meeting, but she was curious to learn their angle. Jayda sat down and waited for them to begin. Jayda, thanks for meeting with us. As you know, we regret what happened with the trafficking story. We never intended for it to appear that you did something wrong, Roger said. That's right. We didn't want to hurt you. We'd love to have you back on staff as a reporter, but as you know, once your name is ruined, no one trusts you, Angelique said, reaching her hand across the table. A gesture that was intended to convey integrity and empathy, but Jayda caught the fakeness of the move. That's right. You won't ever work for another newspaper again. At least, not as a reporter. But that's okay because we have something better for you, Roger said. Jayda thought her heart might stop. Not be a reporter. She was a natural. Reporting was what she did. What kind of life could she have without being a journalist? The career was fitting, and it defined her. I didn't do anything wrong. If people know that, they won't consider me a crook. We just have to tell them the truth. Jayda said. Come on. You know, reporting on local stories is small stuff. Why not be the person behind the scenes, helping shape all the stories? Jayda couldn't believe what she was hearing. To make sure she understood what Roger was presented, she said, Are you suggesting that I could be the assistant editor? I knew you'd understand. You'll work under Angelique, and the two of you will create beautiful editing music together. She couldn't believe that a man who had praised her work for so many years was now offering her a demotion like it was a gift. Roger, are you serious? Roger stopped talking and nodded. Yeah. I'm very serious. I don't want to lose you. This is a demotion. How could you think I would agree to this? Well, you are kind of not in a position to negotiate. You're blacklisted at this point. No newspaper or television station is going to hire you. I think it's best to take what you can get and not fight this change. Colton said. Was her career really over? Jayda felt lightheaded. She had dedicated her life to this career, only to be demoted after reporting on the most important story she'd ever come across. We can probably find you little things to do in addition to the editing, Angelique said. A sly smile on her lips. You know what? We've really sprung something big on you. Take a few days, let the idea play around in your head, consider your condo payment and get back to us. What is the pay for this position? We're being very generous and keeping your previous salary, minus bonuses. Everyone makes mistakes. We don't want to punish you, Angelique said. There was so much to say. Jayda stood up. Thank you for your time. Oh yeah. We're so happy to see you. When do you plan on coming back? She chose her words carefully. I have to close up shop out west. Can I call you in a few days? Of course. We're so excited we could keep you on board. Roger said, standing up and holding out his hand. Jayda couldn't bring herself to shake it. The flight back to Friendly was surreal. After all the hard work she'd put in for the paper, this was what they thought of her. Career options would be limited because of the story about her sitting on a story for fame, but was it really over for her? Should she try to apply for other positions at different papers? Was it a waste of time? Working under Angelique, the woman that betrayed her, was not something she was open to doing. Donnie was standing outside of the trailer when Tyler arrived. I wondered how much he knows, Tyler thought, as he parked and got out of his truck. Tyler, I need you to be straight with me, Donnie said. Okay. Did you know this Harley guy was a criminal? I knew he was in prison for a DUI accident that led to the death of Kenny Burke. How do you know all these people? It's a small town. I do my best to know everyone. Donnie shook his head. So you're playing saver with this guy? No. Harley needed help and he works at my place too. He's there when I'm not home and Stacy feels safe with him. My dad reconnected with him when he was volunteering at the prison, and as far as I've seen, the guy just needs a hand up. I'm not a saver, but I like helping people. Tyler said. That Harley dude is running for county commissioner, and he stole thousands of dollars from me. What are you talking about? I don't believe Harley stole from you. You're going to believe an ex-con over me? Tyler sighed and folded his arms. Would Donnie lie about Harley stealing money? Yes, but was he lying? After all, Harley was fresh out of jail. He was short on cash and eager to move out on his own. Had Tyler misjudged him? Okay, listen, Donnie. I don't think Harley stole from you, but if you're missing money, I'll do my best to help you find it. Harley is at my place right now, working on the back acreage right now. Tell me what happened. If it looks like Harley stole money, we'll go confront him. Chapter 16. He's lying, Tyler thought as he headed home from Donnie's. The story was simple. Harley stole money out of the safe in the back of the office. No proof at all. Just Donnie's word against Harley's. Sadly, Tyler knew who everyone was going to believe. He hoped he could get home and talk to Harley before he left for the day. Unfortunately, Harley's truck was gone when Tyler pulled in front of the house. He parked and rushed into the house. Honey, how long ago did Harley leave? Tyler asked. About an hour ago. How did things go over Donnie's? Stacy asked. She was chopping garden fresh tomatoes. Donnie claims Harley stole money from him. Stacy shook her head. I don't believe it. Harley was so happy and calm today. He's starting to see a new life for himself. Donnie is just upset Harley is running against him. Maybe, but if this gets out around town, people are going to believe Donnie. That's going to make life really hard for Harley. What should we do? Stacy asked, setting down the knife and giving Tyler her full attention. I think we need to get to his dad. Donnie is going to file charges. I tried to stop him, but he was insistent. Okay. Let's go, Stacy said. They were heading to the truck when Sheriff Bachman pulled down their driveway. Oh no, Stacy said. This thing is looking bad. Sheriff Bachman parked, got out and headed toward them. Evening, Tyler and Stacy, he said. Hello, Sheriff Bachman, Stacy said. How can we help you? I think Tyler knows. I don't know if Donnie is telling the truth, Tyler said. He wanted to file a former complaint, but I asked him to wait. Wanted to come over and talk to you too. I know Harley Leader has been working out here since he got out. Yes, and he's been great. He made a mistake in the past and served his time. Now he's doing his best to make a fresh start. Stacy said. I don't believe what Donnie is saying, Sheriff. Okay, but I need more than that. Donnie gave me a specific time frame for when the money went missing. We can help with telling you when Harley was here. That would be good. When was he here? Tyler and Stacy looked at one another. He was here last night, and he ran errands for us around 3 this morning. I doubt he would have had time to go over to Donnie's office and steal money, Tyler said. You'd be surprised how little time a crime can take to commit for people who do these types of things. Sheriff Bachman said. Sheriff, I'm from Chicago, Stacy said. And while I'm sure you know better than we do, I just don't think Harley has it in him. I've been around a lot of criminals in the past, and he just doesn't fit the bill. I just can't see Harley screwing up his life like this. Especially now that he's running for county commissioner. Sheriff Bachman's eyes widened. Harley Leader is running for county commissioner? Against Donnie? Tyler and Stacy both nodded their heads. That is an interesting twist. I hadn't heard that, but it makes me wonder what's really going on here. Do those two have a feud of some sort? Or is Donnie trying to eliminate the competition? Good questions, Sheriff Bachman. I just hope you keep an open mind on this thing, Tyler said. Of course. At this point, all I have is rumor and speculation. I'm going to head over to the Leader place and talk with Harley. Harley spent the day working on cleaning the back acreage on Tyler and Stacy's property. Around 2, he slipped into the old school bus and took inventory on what he'd need to turn the place into a home. He'd sketched plans of how he'd like to transform the bus. While he envisioned his new home, he thought of Jayda. How much longer would she be in Friendly? Would he ever see her again after she returned to Chicago? He'd put off the thoughts of her leaving, but now that she was actually back in Chicago, he knew it was inevitable. Jayda was going to leave. It shouldn't matter. You've only known her a couple of weeks. Harley told himself, but it did matter. Harley had kept his head down while he was in prison. While other inmates worked hard to keep in contact with people on the outside, he'd avoided everyone except for his dad. Now it felt like he had a community, and Jayda was the first woman he'd been around in years. She was brave and kind, and she believed in him. He never would have gotten the crazy notion that he could run for county commissioner without her. Even though he was just running as a distraction, with the hopes that Tyler or someone more qualified would step forward, it felt good to be so bold. Around 5, he decided to wrap up and head home. He waved to Stacy on the way out and drove to Ben's, picking up something for dinner. Maybe he'd take over cooking duties for the night and surprise his dad with something delicious. The parking lot at Ben's was half full when he arrived. He parked near the front of the store and headed inside. What would Dad like? He wondered while strolling through the aisles. Initially, Harley didn't notice the looks and stares he was getting. Then he noticed a few women whispering as he walked by. Ben pulled him aside after he went through the checkout. Hey. There's a rumor that you stole some money from Donnie's office, Ben said. What? Where did you hear that? Harley asked. Hometown heroes. Everyone was talking about it. What happened? Nothing. I just cleaned up and left. Well, you better find out what Donnie's talking about before it gets around. Harley forgot why he was in the store. He rushed out to the truck and headed home. When he pulled into the driveway, he saw Sheriff Bachman's patrol car. It's happening again, Harley thought as he parked. Anxiety rose in his stomach, and he considered taking off and driving as far away from Friendly as he could. He had just turned over the key in the ignition again, when his father and Sheriff Bachman emerged from the house. It's okay, Harley. He just wants to talk, Rich yelled. That's what they always say, Harley thought, remembering that his arrested and incarceration had started off this way. We just want to talk, the previous sheriff had said. Nothing's going to happen. I just have to ask you a few questions, Sheriff Bachman called to Harley. The sights and sounds of prison invaded Harley's brain. He couldn't go back. There was no way he'd survive another stint in prison. He took a deep breath and started up the truck. Rich and Sheriff Bachman ran towards the truck. No, son. Don't run, Rich yelled. Sheriff Bachman stood in front of the truck with his arms up. Harley, there's been a report, but we don't have anything to indicate that you did something wrong. Just tell me what happened, and I will head back to the station. Running wasn't the answer, but what if he said something wrong? Something that made him sound guilty even though he wasn't? He didn't have any experience with the current sheriff. Perhaps things would be different this time. Harley rolled down the window and yelled, I didn't do anything. I went to Donnie's office and cleaned up. Changed the garbage, wiped down the desks and left. He hired me to do that, so I wasn't trespassing or breaking into the place. Sheriff Bachman lowered his arms. Okay. Thank you. Donnie says you took $3,000 from a safe he has in the office. I don't know anything about a safe or any money. I cleaned and left. Donnie thinks the money was taken sometime around 3 this morning. Were you here at that time? Harley opened his mouth to answer, but swiftly closed it. No. He hadn't been there. That was around the time he left to help Tyler deliver the newspapers. His father would know that. Had he told Sheriff Bachman? No. I wasn't here at that time. I had an early morning errand. You can check with Tyler Bennington. I was with him. The sheriff lowered his arms. Okay. That's all for now. I'll come back if I have any other questions, but there's nothing to worry about at this point, okay, Harley? It should have been comforting to hear that the sheriff wouldn't be back unless he had additional questions, but it put Harley on edge. This is how it starts. First, it's all friendly and you aren't in trouble. Next thing you know, you're in prison. Sheriff Bachman tipped his hat and headed for his patrol car. Rich rushed to the window of the truck. Son, come inside. We need to talk. Harley's heart was racing. He didn't know what to do. If he went inside and pretended that everything was okay, he might be setting himself up. What if Sheriff Bachman returned? Harley rolled down the window. Dad, I love you and I'm sorry or whatever trouble I've caused you in life. I want you to know that I didn't take that money or do anything else wrong, but I'm scared. I don't know everyone is going to believe me, and Donnie is important in this town. I'm just an ex-con. Forgive me for this, okay? Harley turned the ignition and took off, whipping the truck around in a circle and heading back down the long drive. He wasn't sure where he was going. Since he only had $70, it wouldn't be far. Maybe I can go to Galena and get work. Save up money and keep moving, he thought, as he headed to the canyon road. His dad's truck would need to be returned at some point. How was he going to make that happen? Harley's mind was cluttered. He decided to drive into the mountains and give himself some time to think. Chapter 17. Stacy was waiting outside of the airport when Jayda walked out of the terminal. The look on her friend's face when she got into the truck told her something was wrong. Okay, what has happened? You have that look, Jayda said. Stacy pulled away from the terminal, looking straight ahead and maneuvering around parked cars. I don't want you to freak out when I tell you this. It's bad news, and I'm so sorry to have to be the one to deliver it to you. Just tell me. I've had plenty of bad news in the past day or so. I'm sure I can take it. Stacy sighed. We set something bad in motion with the newspaper. Donnie was upset that Harley was challenging him for the county commissioner spot. And even though there is no chance Harley will win, Donnie decided to ensure that people wouldn't vote for him. How did he do that? He started a rumor that Harley stole thousands of dollars from him. Oh my gosh. I can't believe he did that. Did the police get involved? Yes. Luckily, Sheriff Bachman seems to think that Donnie is lying. He went to Harley's place to question him yesterday evening, but it was more about covering his bases. I'm sure that was uncomfortable. How is Harley taking all of this? Stacy sighed again. Jayda felt anxiety rising from the pit of her stomach. Her dear friend wouldn't even glance in her direction. What had happened? She'd only been out of town for less than 2 days. We don't know. Harley took off after Sheriff Bachman questioned him. What do you mean by take off? I mean that he sped away in his dad's truck. Rich and Nellie are worried sick. Jayda's breath got caught in her throat. This was her fault. She'd pushed Harley too far. No one knows where he is. Sadly, no. I think he will be back, but we just have to wait and see. He took Rich's truck. I think that means he will be back at some point, but I'm nervous about him being away this long. I thought he'd be back this morning, but I called Rich before I came down here and he said he hasn't seen Harley. This is all my fault. He was hesitant about having anything in the newspaper about himself, and the video put him in front of the town in a way I don't think he was comfortable with. I shouldn't have meddled in his life. Jayda said, tears filling her eyes. No, Jayda. You made him so happy. He was excited after people read the paper and started whispering about him running for county commissioner. Donnie is the only person in the wrong here. Jayda leaned her head against the side of the passenger door window. Hey, we'll find Harley. Don't worry. Now tell me what happened with your boss. Colton wants me to work under the woman that wrote the false story about me. No way. You need to let that go. You quit, right? I told him I'd think about it. What else do I have going on? Jayda said, hating herself as the words came out of her mouth. Was it true that she didn't have any other options? You can find something new. This is not the way forward, Stacy said, turning onto the canyon road that would take them up the mountain. I have no idea what I'm going to do. You can stay at the cabin as long as you want. You don't have to pay us rent for now. If I stay much longer, I'll pay my way. I do have a little savings, and I'm still getting paid from the paper. I just don't know how long that's going to last. I have an idea. Okay. What is it? Why don't you stay in Friendly and start a newspaper with a corresponding website? People are really loving your paper, and we need someone who will give us the truth. And you already have a few friends, and maybe even a guy who wants you to stick around. Could it really be that easy? Jayda wasn't sure, but there would be time to think about her next move later. Now all she wanted to do was find Harley. The paper. That's how we're going to bring Harley home, Jayda said, lifting her head off the passenger side window. People in Friendly don't know the real story behind what happened in the car crash that killed Harley's friend Kenny. They think Harley was driving, but he wasn't. He was actually trying to stop Kenny from heading back up the mountain, but he didn't succeed. Harley told me all of that came out in the trial, but unless people picked up a newspaper from a local town or went looking for information online, they wouldn't know what happened. Tyler told me that internet service was very spotty until about 3 years ago. The residents of Friendly wouldn't have been surfing the net to find news about the case 6 or 7 years ago. If they knew the truth about that case, fewer people might believe Donnie's lies about Harley stealing from him. I think you're right. Okay. I've got it. I'll write up the story about Harley and get it in the paper. We will plaster the information everywhere. I'll also include a story about how Harley hasn't been seen since last night. My hope is that people will talk and get curious about where he is. Maybe we can even organize a search party. That's a good idea. I bet Tyler and his dad can get a bunch of people together. The Bennington men have power. Harley woke up with a start. Where am I? He thought before realizing that he was in the cab of his father's truck. The previous evening came rushing back to him. Oh my gosh, what have I done? Harley opened the door of the truck and stepped out, stretching his long legs. As he stared into a thicket of lodgepole trees, he considered his options. He had to return the truck to his father. He'd need it for work. But what would happen when he went back to town? Would there be false evidence against him? There was no way he could go back to prison. He needed a plan. The only way out of this is to leave. Should have done that in the first place, Harley thought. He surveyed the surrounding wilderness. They might send out search parties for him soon. It would be best if he was nowhere near Friendly, but he had to take his dad's truck back. Or maybe he could have his dad pick the truck up from somewhere outside of Friendly. Nellie would give him a ride. Harley would park the truck in a secure location, leave the keys under the front seat, and head off to parts unknown. He'd head to Galena, a town 40 miles outside of Friendly, park the truck at a diner right off the highway and call his dad. After that, he'd hit the road however he could and start a new life. While Harley was contemplating his getaway, Stacy and Jayda were getting on the UTV and heading to the cabin. Come back this evening around 6, Jayda said, jumping off the UTV before Stacy could respond. She burst into the cabin, pulled a notebook and pen out of her luggage and sat at the table to brainstorm. Harley's story was sad in parts, but she needed to paint him as a survivor, not someone people should feel sorry for. I need to show his honesty and kindness, but I have to tell the story about the accident, she said aloud, closing her eyes. I'll just write the truth. How they take it is their business. Chapter 18. Friendly Valley Gazette. Redemption. Harley Leader and his father, Richard Leader, moved to Friendly Valley after the tragic loss of Jacqueline Leader, Harley's mother and Richard's wife. Fitting in was hard for Harley, because all the kids he went to school with had known each other since they were toddlers. Richard worked hard to support his son, taking on as much work as he could. This meant Harley was left to fend for himself. One summer night, Harley and his friend Kenny went down to the big town to drink and hang out with friends. Knowing that they would be in no condition to drive that night, Harley arranged a place to stay for the night. Both Harley and Kenny were welcome to sleep off their drunkenness at this friend's house. The next part of the story can probably be chalked up to two young men drinking too much. They made mistakes that unfortunately cost young Kenny his life. But it is important to note that Harley was only in the car at the time of the crash, because he was trying to stop Kenny from driving. Although this information is readily available in the case file from the trial, most people have never heard the true story behind what happened the evening Kenny died. But don't take my word for it. Now that Friendly has reasonable internet, please look up the case yourself and read through the information. Don't let gossip shape your opinions. Harley Leader is hardworking, kind, and brilliant. If you think otherwise, you haven't taken the time to get to know him. He wants to bring a sustainable future to both Friendly and himself. Listen to his ideas. Do you want a bunch of strip malls or a quaint downtown where you can walk from store to store and you know the owners? Do you want ranches or overpriced condos? And while you're using your critical thinking skills, consider this. Harley Leader just announced that he was running for county commissioner. The man who he's running against just happens to report that Harley stole money from him as soon as everyone learns of Harley's run for office. Why would Harley do something to ruin his second chance when he has worked so hard to rebuild his life? The answer is simple. He wouldn't. Harley Leader served every day of his prison sentence. He doesn't need or deserve any more shame or guilt from this town. Live up to your name, Friendly. Be a friend to Harley Leader. Jayda read over the article several times before deciding that it was ready to share. She considered what else she should include in the paper. Maybe this is the time to share more about Harley's ideas for the town. Of course, it was something that Harley would ideally share with the town, but now that he was missing, Jayda felt compelled to let people know about his bright ideas. Ecotourism vs. overpriced condos, Friendly must choose. Since water was the most pressing issue in Friendly, Jayda led with the drought. Multi-family housing units and new big box stores would require water. These changes would also alter the fabric of the town. People living in condos don't own ranches. They work in offices and stores. Ranching is the heart of Friendly. What would it be like to have skyscrapers on former ranch lands? Where would the water come from? What would happen to the long history of Friendly being a ranching town? The economy would shift, and not in a good way. She decided to end with a positive message about how Harley wanted to capitalize on what made Friendly special. The history of the town and the surrounding mountains create the perfect getaway for people who are living busy city lives. Friendly can be the place they escape to, but not because it is just like the big city they're trying to get a break from, but because it is everything the big city is not. Cabin says away from the internet, fishing trips along pristine lakes and quiet nights under the stars. Stacy pulled in front of the cabin at 5:59. Jayda was ready. She grabbed her computer and headed outside. Harley called his dad, Stacy said. Oh, thank goodness. Where is he? He wouldn't tell Rich. Okay. What did Harley say? That he's not coming back. He's going to call Rich in the morning and give him a location where he can pick up his truck. What? Jayda stopped in her tracks. Harley wasn't coming back? Jayda, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Tyler and Rich are organizing a search party for the morning, but Rich was pretty shaken up after he talked to Harley. We have to get this out fast, Jayda said. All right. Let's get go, Stacy said. They took the UTV back to the park and ride, and rushed to the truck. They made it down the mountain, and headed straight to the Stacy and Tyler's house, where they uploaded Jayda's article and printed it off. This is good, Stacy said, reading over the article. I hope it's enough. Harley is a good guy. He didn't steal that money. I'm sure of it. So am I, but it doesn't help that he's on the run. Why wouldn't he just stay here? Sheriff Bachman doesn't even have an official complaint yet. It did look bad. Why had Harley taken off so fast? Jayda didn't believe he'd done anything wrong, but it wasn't a favorable look for him. I think he was just scared. If he felt like there was a chance that he was going to head back to jail, he would have done anything to get out of here. I don't blame him, but I'm not going to let that stop me from trying to get Harley home. You sound pretty dedicated to this. Is this because you like justice? Or because it's Harley that's in trouble? Was she so dedicated to clearing Harley's name because she cared about what was right? Or was it because she really wanted Harley back in town, so that she could spend the rest of the time she was in friendly with him? Okay. Here's the thing. It's been a long time since I've had a guy around on a regular basis. My life is chasing stories for the newspaper. Honestly, I didn't feel like there was anything else for me. Wake up, chase news stories, and try to be the reporter that gets the truth out about everything. Harley makes me feel like there might be more to this life. I don't know what that means, but if nothing else, I feel like I owe him for that. He deserves a good life. I'm not going to let anyone ruin his reputation. Stacy smiled. So, does this mean you'll be sticking around friendly after we get Harley back? Let's handle one thing at a time, Jayda said, suppressing a smirk. Here's what we need to do. We'll pass out the paper to everyone. Even if they don't want it. Everyone in this time needs to be aware that Harley is not the person that they think he is. I'm going to let you lead the way. Where should we start? Where else? The water cooler of this town, Hometown Heroes. The town will be there, talking about Harley being gone and the missing money. After we share the true story about Harley with them, I know people will want to look for him. Stacy nodded. You're right. Let's head to Hometown Heroes. After that, we'll go to Rich's and see if he's heard from Harley again. Chapter 19. So you say the leader boy wasn't driving the car? Wilbur asked. He and his friends were sitting at the same booth they'd been at the day Jayda had dined with them. Yeah. You can look it up online. I try to stay away from that web thing. I'll take your word for it. Now tell me more about this stealing from Donnie. We think Donnie is nervous about Harley running against him for the county commissioner's position, Stacy said. Why? No one in their right mind would vote for Harley Leader. Unless he had much better ideas than Donnie. Do you want condos and big box stores around here? Jayda asked. Wilbur looked at his friends. All the men shook their heads. All right, well, if you don't want those things, you'll choose wisely at the ballot box, but first we need to find Harley. We need to let him know that he is welcome here. I actually don't know the kid. Never knew him before and haven't ever talked to him, Herbert said. Me neither. I know his dad a little. Saw him at the VFW hall down in Galena a while back. Nice guy. Just thought the apple fell far from the tree. So you judged a book by its cover. Come on, Wilbur, you're better than that. Stacy said. The old man shook his head. No. I'm not. If I was, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But you can make up for it by helping us find Harley, Jayda said. I'll get my sons, Herbert said. I'll get my gun and my grandkids too. They'll be good help. I can't get out in the mountains like I used to, but them kids can look in the old cabins. There are a lot of places to hide out. That would be very helpful. Maybe you guys could search in the foothills? Jayda said. Okay. Does he have wheels? Herbert asked. Yes. He took Rich's truck. Tyler picked up Rich and Nellie this morning and they're out looking for Harley, Stacy said. In order to avoid going over the same spots, I say we all take a corner and work that corner as much as we can. All right. Let's map out a plan, Herbert said. Harley was parked at a truck stop about 20 miles outside of Friendly. He only had $40 in his pocket. Setting up a bank account and getting his finances organized was something he had planned to do after he had made a couple of $1,000s. Now he regretted not getting things together as soon as he got out of prison. This was his second chance. He should have been ready to hit the ground running. But it was too late to go back and do things differently. He decided to head in and pay for a shower. After that, he would drive back to Galena, head into the mountains and wait for sunrise. Eventually, he'd head to town, get breakfast at the local diner and call his dad. Hey kid. A voice called from behind him. Harley turned around and saw a man with a long white beard and bright eyes. Hi, Harley said, not sure what the man wanted. You from Friendly? Harley wasn't sure how to answer. Were there charges pending against him? Why was this stranger asking if he was from Friendly? Why? Because I was there a few hours ago in a place called Hometown Heroes. Stopped there for a bite, after dropping off a load at that little grocery store they have up there. Anyway, people were talking about a guy who was missing. This cute little gal gave me this little pamphlet. I'm guessing it was your girlfriend because she was worried sick. I told her I wasn't from town, but she insisted. Asked me to look for you on my way out of town. The old man dug into his blue jeans and pulled out a thin folded piece of paper and handed it to Harley. If all this is true, I just want to say I'm sorry you went through that. If I lived in Friendly, you'd surely have my vote. Harley stared at the headline. Redemption. You haven't read it, have you? No. I haven't, Harley said. The gal that gave me the paper, she wrote this about you. That's why I assumed she was your girl. Basically, she's clearing your name for the car accident that happened years ago, and the theft you were accused of. People were listening to her too. She and her friend were organizing a search party for you. Why don't you go on home and live a happy life? You got a woman waiting for you back there. Seems to love you. Turn around, son. That's not something you pass up. Chapter 20. Jayda pushed the ignore button on her phone for the fourth time in a row. Her boss kept calling. She knew he wanted an answer about whether or not she was coming back to work, but she was too busy to care. Harley is all that matters, she thought, before catching herself. What am I saying? What am I doing? After searching the foothills and the outskirts of town, Jayda, Stacy, and Tyler were at Rich's house. Nellie was in the kitchen, brewing coffee, while they all sat around a map. I wish I'd paid more attention to him when he was a kid. I don't think any of this would be happening if I had. You were a single dad. Don't be so hard on yourself, Tyler said. Now let's try to think about places Harley likes to go. Does he have a favorite hiking trail? Or maybe he has some cafe he likes in one of the surrounding towns. I don't think he's gone too far. We just have to narrow down where he might be. Jayda was standing by the window, wondering if she'd ever see Harley again. Rich told her that Harley's phone had arrived that morning. I'll pay you for it, he said. She'd waved off the offer and told him that there was no need for that. All I want is the opportunity to give Harley this phone. I'd gladly go without repayment if I could just give this to him in person. What if I hadn't gone to Chicago? Would things have been different? Jayda was struggling to get the guilty thoughts out of her head. Could she have prevented this? As much as she hated to admit it, her heart was attached to Harley. A tear slipped onto her cheek. Embarrassed by the unexpected show of emotion, Jayda quickly swiped away the tear. I'm going to get some air, Jayda muttered, heading for the door. Jay, are you okay? Stacy asked. Sure. Just need air. She closed her eyes and said a silent prayer. God, if you bring Harley back safe and sound, I'll tell him how I feel about him. Jayda walked off the porch and headed out towards her car. She'd picked it from the park and ride lot on the way over from Tyler and Stacy's. What if I just head out there and look for Harley until I find him? I won't stop until he's back here safe and sound. She broke into a sprint, swung her car door open, jumped in and revved the engine. Her heart beat wildly as she put the car in drive and took off down the driveway. She saw Tyler, Rich and Stacy in her rearview mirror on the porch, screaming for her to stop. It's been so long since I've felt anything for anyone. Harley is special. There's something there. I have to find him, Jayda thought as she mashed the accelerator. That was when she saw the old Dodge truck bumping along the dirt road that led to Rich's place. She stopped, parked the car and got out, run towards the truck. Is it Harley? It's got to be Harley. The truck stopped a few feet from where Jayda was standing, dirt settling around the parked vehicle. Harley, Jayda called in a weak voice. He got out of the truck, closed the door and stood there with his hands in his pockets. Harley, we were all worried sick about you. He nodded. I'm sorry I left like that. I wish I could go back and do something different. It doesn't matter. You're back now and that's all I care about. How was Chicago? Different, but before we talk about that, there's something I need to say. Me too. Okay. What do you want to tell me? Thank you for writing this. Harley pulled the newspaper out of his pocket. Jayda felt her eyes fill. He'd seen it. She was glad, but a little embarrassed, too. It's the truth. People need to know it. You made me out to sound much better than I really am. No. You're great, Harley. Trust me on that. Thanks. Now, what do you want to tell me? Jayda glanced skyward. Okay, I know what I said. I prayed for this, so I have to keep up my part of the bargain. Harley, it's been a long time since I've allowed myself to feel anything for anyone. I work to keep from having any type of life, but being out here with you has been great. Spending time with you has been wonderful, and believe it or not, I think you can win this county commissioner's race. I like you, and it's maybe more than like. Harley looked up. His eyes filled with something. Was it fear? Jayda turned around. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Jayda, I want you to stay here. With me. She turned around slowly. A million ideas running through her head. What did he mean, stay with him? Where would she live? How would this work out? Would he become county commissioner? Stay with my Jayda. Please. I think we could have a life together. Harley, I can't. Don't answer now. Take your time to think about it. I'll be waiting patiently. Harley apologized to everyone for running off. He told them his plan of taking off and maybe driving a truck cross-country to avoid coming back. Sheriff Bachman stopped by the house that night to let Harley know that the money had been recovered. You didn't hear this from me, but I think Donnie actually felt guilty for claiming that you stole from him. Now the whole town is mad at him for giving you such a hard time. Wow. That's a change. Harley said. That's true. The good news is that people are in your corner now. Make us proud, Sheriff Bachman said. After the sheriff left, Jayda pulled Stacy aside and said, Stacy, he wants me to stay here. Harley? Oh my gosh, Stacy said, giggling. What are you going to do? I don't know. My life has been a whirlwind over the past few weeks. You do what that? Stacy left out a yelp. Everyone else in the house had fallen silent. Hun, you okay? Tyler asked. Oh yeah, everything is fine, she said, pulling Jayda into the kitchen, away from the crowd. I have my job and condo and all that stuff, Jayda whispered. Okay, but the job sucks, and I've been to your condo. I think you could do better. Listen, you can stay in the cabin or at our place. You can work for us, or somewhere in town, and you can continue to publish your newspaper. Think about it. This could be exactly what you need. And not just because you've got a sweet, cute guy that wants you to stay here. Don't forget about me, Stacy said, winking. Could it be that easy to just pick up her life and move across the country? Did it make sense to leave everything behind for a man she barely knew? I have some concerns. Okay. What are they? Harley just ran off. I had no idea where he was or if he was going to come back. What if I stay here and he does that again? What if he's just overcome with emotion and he's overreacting? I don't know what I would do if I uprooted my whole life, moved to the middle of nowhere, and then he runs off and I never see him again. Stacy folded her arms. When was the last time you had a date? Jayda dropped her head. What does that have to do with anything? You've been closed off since you ended your first relationship. Your high school sweetheart, who you dated throughout college, let you down and you've been punishing yourself ever since. No. I've just been trying to establish myself as a journalist. You don't know how many nights I came home from work and spent the next 5 hours chasing stories. Sometimes I was out until the wee hours of the morning chasing the scoop, hoping that I'd get noticed and promoted. I don't know what it's like to chase a story, but I know what it's like to give everything to a job. Remember, I was doing the same thing for years, and the only reason I was doing it was because it was all I had. It was hard to leave it all behind, but my life is wonderful now. Not to say it was terrible before, but it wasn't like a fairy tale, and that's the life I live now. Stacy did seem to be so much happier. She'd changed everything about her life, but she didn't seem to have regrets. Jayda was impressed, but Tyler and Harley were different people. There were no guarantees that a life in Friendly would be as great for Jayda. Chapter 21. Harley asked Jayda to stay after everyone else got ready to leave. I really want a chance to have a longer conversation with you. We have a lot to talk about. Jayda nodded but said, I can't tonight. So much has happened in the past few days. I need time to figure it all out. Okay, Harley said, breaking eye contact with Jayda. Had he gone too far asking her to stay in town? It was pretty far-fetched that she would stick around. Especially for an ex-con. But we will talk. I just have a lot going on. Maybe tomorrow night. Sure, Harley said, forcing a smile onto his lips, but he was nervous. What if Jayda was buying time so she could compose an elegant way to let him down easy? Great. I'm going to take off, Jayda said, turning fast and heading for her car. Harley watched her and the others leave. His father was waiting in the doorway. His arms folded over his chest, shaking his head. Harley was sure his dad had been waiting to let him know exactly how he felt about this little stunt. He took a deep breath and headed toward the house. Dad, I know I let you down. I'm so sorry. Son, you could have come to me and let me help. You have to stop running away. I wasn't. Okay, I was running away. I didn't know what to do, and I'm sorry that I took your truck. So sorry. Harley, when you were in that accident, I wanted to help. I wanted to make sure that my boy got all the help he needed, so that he wouldn't end up in prison. But you were so busy punishing me, you wouldn't take my help. You see where that got you. It's not the way to live life. Let people help you. Harley hadn't seen his father this angry, possibly ever. He stepped closer to the porch. It was true. He'd totally shut his father out after the accident, and he'd done it again when Donnie accused him of stealing money. It wasn't fair. You're right. I shouldn't have run away like that. Neither time. Please accept my apology. Rich headed towards Harley and held out his arms. When you went to prison, I felt like I'd really failed your mom. She would have kept you out of there. Of course, if she'd been alive, you never would have been in that position. I'm sorry I wasn't around more. You did your best. I didn't make it easy for you. I'm really glad we have a second chance to get to know one another. Me too. True, son. Rich said, releasing his son from he embraced. Harley smiled and nodded his head. It felt good to get things off his chest. Now he just needed to do the same with Jayda. Dad, I asked Jayda to stay. Harley said. Stay? Here. Not exactly here, but in friendly. I know it's fast, but there's something about her I want to keep around. Rich smiled. Son, that's amazing. What did she say? I told her to think about it. It's a big ask. She's got a life back there in Chicago, and I have little to offer. Nonsense. Did you read the article she wrote about you? Jayda thinks you have quite a bit to offer everyone. Now we just need to get you on the same page as she is. What's the plan? Are you really doing this county commissioner thing? I don't know. It started out as a ruse to throw Donnie off, but now that he's lied on me, I think I want to take him on. Right on. I'm right here for you. Let's win this thing. Rich said. It won't be easy. Jayda wrote a nice piece about me, but I don't know how all this ecotourism is going to work. We have a lot of old cabins and structures that need to be fixed, but it will take a lot of money to bring them back to where they can be used. Well, that's true, but remember, you know a lot of handy guys and you ain't so bad yourself. If the town gets together and works to fix up these structures, all will be well. I think a lot of people will be up for helping, Rich said. I guess something like that could work. Thanks, Dad. Rich gave him a thumbs up. Now let's talk about Jayda. Here's my best advice. She's special, and you need to treat her accordingly. Be a gentleman, and give yourself time to find out if you two want to make this thing official. The right one is worth waiting for. So what's the plan? Stacy asked. Jayda had decided to stay at Tyler and Stacy's for the night. She was emotionally and physically exhausted. After a shower and slipping into a pair of comfy pajamas, Stacy called Jayda to the kitchen for homemade hot chocolate. Well, there are several things to consider. First and foremost, if I stay here, my career is over. If I go back to Chicago, my career is ruined, but I still have a job. Is that all you're thinking about? Jayda smiled. No. I want to stay here because of Harley and you, of course. This is a great place, but can I really make a life here? What if things don't work out with me and Harley? What do I do then? I wouldn't stay here if things fell apart. Stacy was filling the dishwasher. She stopped, turned around and placed her hands on her hips. Jayda, the newspaper has done you so wrong. That's not a place where you have an actual future. Now the handsome, kind, warm-hearted future county commissioner presents a real future. He's wonderful. I would love it if things worked out, but what if they don't? Stacy walked over to the table and took a seat. Then you move on and try something else. But if you don't at least try, you're going to regret this for the rest of your life. What if this is your guy? Normally Jayda didn't take advice, but since Stacy had been through the same thing, only she had a real career, she was apt to listen to her friend. Also, she truly believed she could have a future with Harley. If I stay, can I stay here? I like the cabin, but I want a real bathroom. Stacy laughed. I understand. The cabin is okay for temporary stays, but the portable shower is not something one wants to do for an extended period. Agreed. Also, I need a job. There are a few places I know you can get a job. Let me talk to Ben. If he doesn't have anything, you can check out Hometown Heroes. It's always packed. Bet you could get a job waiting tables there. That would take me back to my college days, which, honestly, were better than some of my more recent years. Jayda said, surpassing a giggle. Chapter 22. While she tossed and turned throughout the night, Jayda decided she was not returning to her job in Chicago. Now what she was trying to figure out was if that meant that she was not returning to Chicago at all. She poured a cup of coffee and sat down at the kitchen table and wrote out what she was going to say to Colton, but once she had him on the phone, she gave it to him straight, making sure that he understood the reason she made the decision. The call was quick, and she felt satisfied when it was over. She took a deep breath, and realized that it was only a matter of time before she had to face Harley. It's been so long since she'd been in a relationship. The idea of being with someone and making life decisions based on, or in part on their opinions, seemed foreign to her, but she knew this was something people who truly cared about each other did. She didn't know if she was ready to be in a relationship with Harley, but she knew she wanted more than friendship. Around 7, Tyler and Stacy entered the kitchen. "So, have you decided yet?" Stacy asked. "I've made one decision, but I'm still working on the rest of it." "Okay. Progress. That's good. Which decision have you made?" "I quit my job. I will not go back to that place after how they treated me." "Nor should you," Tyler said. "You're a great reporter. If they can't treat you better, you shouldn't go back there. They don't deserve you." "Thanks, Tyler. I appreciate that. The problem is that now everybody in the area thinks I may have sat on a story, and that's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that I was part of the scam to hurt these women." "But no one in Friendly thinks those things about you," Stacy said. "In fact, I think after seeing the Fridley Valley Gazette, people are pretty excited to have you around. Do you know how long it's been since this town had a paper?" "They shut it down in the late 1990s, Tyler said. "Ran out of money. It had already been sold 3 times to different businesses, but there was no reason to keep it open in their eyes. It didn't make any money. Unfortunately, the death of the newspaper led to a lot of people becoming disconnected, especially when it comes to the politics around here. People don't know when there are pressing issues. A lot of them don't even bother to vote." "That's terrible," Jayda said. "It is. Here's an example of how bad that really is. Donnie told me he knows he's going to win the election. He doesn't have to do anything because he's on the ticket, and that's all it takes. Nobody was running against them before Harley threw his hat into the ring." "Yeah, newspapers can really help keep you informed on local issues," Jayda said. "That's why it's so important to have one. If I stick around, I'm going to make sure I could tell you had the paper." Tyler and Stacy looked at each other and smiled. "I didn't say I was for sure staying," Jayda said. "I said if I stick around, I will continue to produce the paper." "Well, if you stay around, I think Friendly could become a more informed place. And who knows, maybe you'd be happier here," Stacy said. "I called Colton this morning and told him I wasn't coming back. Even though I'm upset with him and the job itself, it wasn't easy. I've spent a significant portion of my life there." Just as Stacy and Tyler sat down at the kitchen table, there was a knock at the door. "That must be Harley," Tyler said, getting up and heading for the door. Tyler pulled open the door. Donnie was standing on the other side, his curly blonde hair ruffled and his form-fitting shirt wrinkled. His eyes were bloodshot. "Donnie, what are you doing here? It's so early." "Hey man, what's going on? You look bad." "That Harley guy is running against me. Did you know that?" Tyler considered how he should answer and realized that there was only one way. He had to be honest. "Yes, Donnie. I knew Harley was going to run. How could you betray me for some ex-con? I thought we were friends." "Donnie, we are friends. But I know about your plans and how you want to tear up this town and sell it to developers. My dad has worked his entire life on that ranch. His dad worked his entire life on that ranch, and now you want to take it away and build some condos? Which we don't even have the water for. I'm not going to lie. If Harley steps down from the race, I will run against you." "Is that so? The man I gave a job to when he needed it, when he was down on his luck, is going to run for office against me? I can't believe this is happening. I thought we were friends." "Donnie, we are friends. But when I think about my dad and all the work him and my mom put into that place, I think about how it was my childhood home. Me and my brother and sister grew up there. All the great memories when I think about that place being taken away from my parents and turned into some type of resort or condos or a mini mall, that's where my loyalty lies. Not with you. I care about you. You are my friend, but I feel that your vision for this town is all about hurting people and you don't even care. It's not like that, Tyler. I care about this town. That's why I'm trying to do this to your dad. I care about him. I want nothing bad to happen, but I know if I can get them a good price, they'll be happy to sell. Tyler shook his head. No, Donnie, he wouldn't. My dad would not sell the ranch for anything. He wants to leave that to his kids. We want to stay in this town. My dad wants his grandkids to stay in this town, and we have a more likelihood of doing that if we have a reason to stay. If there's a mini mall down there instead of our family ranch with all that history, we're not going to stay here. Is she here? Donnie asked. Who? Stacy? No. The writer. Listen, Donnie. Jayda is here, and I think she might be around a lot more. I don't know yet, but everything that she did was right. She was right to tell the truth about Harley. You were lying on him. He never took a dime from you. You knew what that would do to his reputation around here, and Jayda wasn't having it, so yeah. She's here, and you know what? You got something to say to her. You come on in and say it. I want to hear what you think you need to say to a woman who has more integrity in her pinky finger than you do in your whole body. Donnie nodded and walked past Tyler, clipping his shoulder. He headed to the kitchen, his boots clicking along the hardwood floor. Jayda. I read your article, Donnie said. And I just want to say thank you. Jayda looked up confused. I want to say thank you, because you told us the truth about what happened with Harley when he was a kid. We didn't know. But now that we do, we're going to try to make it right, because that's what we do here in Friendly. At least most of us. Donnie said, glancing back at Tyler. Care about each other. So because you wrote that piece, and because I made a mistake and thought that Harley had stolen from me, I'm going to do what I can to make amends. In fact, I'd like to hear some of his ideas about the town. Maybe we can run on the same ticket? Maybe we can work together to save Friendly. And since he has had such a hard time, I'm going to make it up to him by offering him a full-time position with my company. He won't take it, Jayda said. Why is that? Donnie asked. Because you're dishonest and he can't trust you. You put his reputation on the line. Do you know how important it is that people see the good in him? You said he stole thousands of dollars from you. He left town, and I think he'd still be gone if not for the article. He's not going to take a thing from you, and I don't want your thanks. I know it's not sincere. Donnie let out a little chuckle and shoved his hands into his pockets. Stacy, it's good to see you. Tyler. Miss. Jayda. I won't be bothering you again. Donnie strolled back down the hall. After Donnie left, Stacy, Jayda, and Tyler talked about his plans for Harley. He wants Harley to work full-time for him so that he can set him up again, Jayda said. Yeah, the sad part is that I think that Harley really does need a full-time job. He's eager to get out on his own, and if he's going to run for county commissioner for real, then he's going to need more money. Tyler said. Right. But he's not going to get a full-time position with the guy that he's running against, Stacy said. I don't think that we really have to worry about that too much. Harley's smart. He knows he can't trust somebody who just accuses him of stealing money. Do you think that you and Donnie will ever make amends? Jayda asked. Tyler said, I care about Donnie. We were friends when we were younger, but since I've been back, I've noticed that he's changed so much. He's so different from who I am now. We don't have much in common. He never cared for Friendly the way my dad does, but he used to be more compassionate. Same thing with his sister. I don't know what happened, but when I got back from Iowa, we were dating. She was already married. She didn't even bother to tell me it was really cold. I knew we weren't going to be together forever after, is it? We weren't that compatible, but I still thought maybe we could make it work. When I got back to town, she was so cold. I feel like Donnie's behaving that way too. Something's happened to them. Well, at least you don't have to worry about being his campaign manager anymore, Stacy said. Now that the ship has sailed, we can leave the politics to the politicians. Well, Harley says that he's running, but if he doesn't, I'm going to step in. It sounds like it's the only way that your parents will get to keep their land, Jayda said. Yeah, and I'm up for that fight. I won't let my parents lose their land. Tyler said. Well, I think everything's going to be okay. I'm feeling good and I'm glad that this happened, and I'll be open. I didn't want to go back and help Donnie with his campaign. Not after what he did to Harley. It's a weight off my shoulders. But now we don't know what Donnie has up his sleeve. He's going to change his strategy now. I bet you, he's going to be more aggressive in finding developers. Yeah, but we'll keep the information flowing into the Friendly Valley Gazette. Hopefully, people will pay attention and go out and vote. If they know that their way of life is in danger, I think though they'll be responsive and do whatever they can to save it. Jayda said. True. I'm excited about the Gazette. This is going to be a game changer, Tyler said. Jayda needed to see Harley. She took a deep breath and headed for her car. On the drive to Harley's, she practiced her speech, carefully composing her words and creating a long soliloquy that would help Harley understand her decision. But when she got there and she saw Harley out in the front yard with Nellie, moving boulders around, she parked, jumped out of the car, ran up to him and simply said, "Yes, I'm staying." Harley grabbed her in his arms and swung her around, before kissing her on the forehead. Nellie cheered in the background. We're going to be so good together. I'm going to get the bus ready and we can live there, Harley said. Jayda backed away slightly when Harley put her down. No, I'm going to live with Stacy and Tyler. If we want to take things to the next level, that will be a different story. But for now, I'm going to be getting my life together and basically starting over. That's enough change for now. Harley nodded. Okay. It's a place to build from. I've got that bus and a campaign that needs to be run. But I want to make sure we're together, in some way. Harley, what are you saying? Jayda asked. I'm saying that I want us to keep building on what we've started. I know you'll need time, so do I, but I guess I'm kind of asking if you'll be my girl. Like in an old-fashioned way. Dates, holding hands, and just seeing where things go. That's the way. Nellie said. I think you're right, Nellie. We'll take our time, Jayda said. Speaking of a date, Harley said, taking Jada's hand. How about we make our first official date lunch? Right now. Jayda gave his hand a squeeze. Okay. But before we go, are you still running for county commissioner? Yeah, I think I'm going to give it a try. I'm the campaign manager, right? Harley laughed. Of course. You're going to keep writing that newspaper, right? Yep. Harley leaned his forehead around Jayda's and said, You know what? We're going to conquer the world. Epilogue. Jayda slipped on a form-fitting short-sleeve black dress and a pair of sensible matching pumps. She would need to canvass the room tonight, so comfortable shoes were important. The moment of truth was just hours away. In the beginning, winning had seemed impossible, but over time, the prospects of Harley becoming the next county commissioner went from highly unlikely to possible. The campaign had been exhausting, but Jayda had enjoyed working side by side with Harley. When Jayda wasn't helping on the ranch, and Harley wasn't working on his bus, they were on the road meeting people and discussing Harley's vision for the Friendly. Now it was election day. Jayda wondered what would happen after all the votes were tallied. A week after she decided to stay in Friendly, she'd let Harley know she wanted to take things very slow. I don't want to put myself in a bad position. We need to take it slow. Jayda said. Does that mean I'm in the friend zone? Harley asked. No. It just means that I haven't had a relationship in years. My life has been all about work, and it's going to take some time to change that. Jayda wasn't sure how that comment had affected Harley, but he'd completely turned off the romantic overtures. The two had settled into a platonic relationship, filled with longing looks and awkward silences. What if it's over before it even begins? Had she uprooted her life for something that would not work out? Her doubts were not fueled by any actions from Harley. He dutifully played the part of a doting suitor, fixing her meals, serving them by candlelight, helping her get settled, and even traveling back to Chicago with her to make sure that she had enough help to clean out her apartment. But what if all of that was just him being a nice guy? What if he didn't feel as much for her as she felt about him? And what if the courtship was nothing more than exuberance over the campaign? Jayda took one more look in the mirror and headed out. That night, they were headed out to the very last campaign rally. They'd spend the night waiting for the votes to come in. Jayda was dressed in a black wraparound dress that accentuated her toned legs and arms. She was going to wear a pair of black pumps, so that it would be easy to stand all night and walk back and forth talking to donors. I guess that's my duty. It was strange because Donnie had a wife who would share in his victory, but Jayda was just Harley's campaign manager. What would her role be if Harley won? There was no guarantee that Jayda would be a part of the administration if he were elected. Of course, she wasn't concerned with being a part of the administration. She wanted to know where she stood with Harley. Tyler and Stacy would be there that night, so if anything went too bad, at least she'd have some friends to fall back on. Jayda applied eyeliner, carefully gently brushing on eyeshadow and applying lipstick before heading out to her car. They were gathering with their supporters at Hometown Heroes. Donnie was gathering at a swanky new hotel 30 miles south of Friendly. Jayda hoped people recognized the optics and voted accordingly. Hometown Heroes' parking lot was full by the time Jayda showed up. Normally she would have arrived with Harley, but she was preparing herself for the prospect that the election might spell the end of their connection. She parked on the side of the road and headed toward the restaurant. A crowd was waiting to get into Hometown Heroes. Jayda stood patiently in the back, waiting for her chance to get inside. Harley was near the stage talking with Sheriff Beckman. She smiled at Harley when she stepped in the door. He returned a warm grin and motioned for her to come over. She hesitated, but eventually made her way to where Harley and Sheriff Beckman were standing. "Hey Jayda," Sheriff Beckman said. "Hi Sheriff," she said before turning to Harley. "We made it. The moment of truth, it coming soon." "Yep. The big day has arrived," Harley said. "No matter what happens, I wouldn't be here without you." "Oh, it's a bit of an exaggeration," Jayda said. "You're the one that came up with all the good ideas. Your newspaper has really helped people get more involved." Sheriff Beckman chimed in. "I enjoy reading it. It keeps people informed about what is going on in town. Believe it or not, your papers helped me catch some criminals too." "Oh my goodness. What type of criminals? What type of crime has been happening around Friendly?" Harley asked. "There's not a lot of crime in Friendly, but before the newspaper, very few people knew about the petty crimes that took place here. We were able to catch some teenagers who were painting graffiti all over the side of Ben's Market. They'd done it twice before, but I don't think word really got around because I was the only one that really knew about it. But your paper made it an issue, and people started looking and paying attention. People reported it when they saw some kids lurking around the back of the supermarket. Now the graffiti has stopped, and those kids are doing some community service. Wow. It surprises me that our little paper actually means something." "Yeah, we're very thankful to have you. Appreciate you sticking around," Sheriff Beckman said, nodding to Harley and Jayda before heading towards the door. "So how are you feeling?" Jayda asked. "Do you think you're going to win?" "I don't know, but whatever happens doesn't really matter because I've got my dignity back. People know who I am now. They respect me, and that's all I really wanted it. If I win, great. I can help save Friendly." Harley moved closer to Jayda. "Thank you. You've made my life so much better." Jayda felt her knees get weak. She diverted her eyes and said, "I better go talk to some donors." She took off before Harley could say anything. Jayda refrained from looking back to see if Harley had watched her walk away. Stacy, Tyler, Rich, and Nellie were sitting at one of the donor tables. Jayda waved, before stopping by another table and talking to donors. Focusing on their faces and smiling. Working hard to push Harley out of her mind. "Excuse me, folks," Harley said into a microphone. The crowd quieted down. What is he doing? Jayda thought. Looking up at the stage. I want to make an announcement before we get the final tally of votes in, Harley said. This campaign was orchestrated by someone other than me. Initially, I was just running to add a name to the ballot, but after Jayda got a hold of this campaign, I realized that I actually had a chance. But it wasn't just the campaign that she got a hold of. The woman grabbed hold of my heart and soul, and no matter what happens tonight, I want to have her by my side. Jayda felt a tug at her elbow. She turned to see Stacy, Tyler, Rich, and Nellie standing behind her. Hey. I was going to make it over there to you guys. Jayda said. I know, but I felt like we should be here for what's coming next, Stacy said. Her eyes were wide with excitement. Prepare yourself, Nellie said, giving Jayda's hand a squeeze. What's going on? Jayda asked. Stacy and Tyler pointed towards the stage. Now, I know this isn't a decision for me to make. But I'm hoping that Ms. Jayda will do me this great honor. And I want to ask you this before the votes are tallied. Harley found Jayda in the crowd and locked eyes with her. Jayda Sims, will you do me the honor of being my wife? The words swept over Jayda. She turned to Stacy. What did he just say? He wants you to be his wife, Stacy said, grabbing Jayda's arms. She'd expected Harley to talk about the campaign. Had he just asked her to marry him? The crowd was clapping and cheering. Harley held up one of his hands to quiet the crowd. I know you'll need time to think about this, but... Harley? No. Jayda shouted. The crowd went silent and Harley's face fell. No. I meant no, you don't have to wait. Yes. I will marry you. By midnight, it was clear Harley Leader was going to be the next county commissioner for Friendly Valley. As Harley and Jayda made the rounds through the crowd, arm in arm, one couple stopped them. Congratulations, Harley, a man with salt and pepper hair and familiar eyes said. Mr. Burke? Yes? Kenny's dad. I want you to know that we voted for you. And thank you, Ms. Sims, future Mrs. Leader. We read the write-up in the Friendly Valley Gazette. We know what happened now, and we're sorry that we made things harder for you. We loved Kenny, but we knew he had troubles. Mrs. Burke said. Thank you so much. Harley said, tears filling his eyes. Jayda had vindicated him and set his life on a totally different path. How could he ever repay her? Make us proud, son, Mr. Burke said. They turned and walked away. Harley turned to Jayda and said, You've given me my life back. I don't know that I'll ever be able to repay you, but I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying. I love you. I've been waiting for months to hear that. Harley Leader, Mr. County Commissioner, I love you too. The end. Sign up for the Braylee B. Parkinson Exclusive Readers Club, Braylee B. Exclusive Reader Club. Follow me on Facebook, https://www.facebook.com/BrayleeBParkinson.